Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to what is sure to be a L-O-N-G, a long cook. Prepare yourselves, folks. Tonight we are cooking the food of Slovenia for the third night, the third and final night of Slovenia. We are doing two dishes. The first one is the one that takes the crazy long time, which is going to be a beef braised in Barolo. And the second dish is going to be, I have no idea how to pronounce this, Idrija Žlikrofi, which are sort of dumplings. The beef braised in Barolo is actually more of an Italian dish, but if you'll notice, Slovenia is located right south of Austria, to the east of Italy, and just connected to Croatia there also. So there's a lot of overlap. So hello Niels, thank you for the like and the restream. Hi there, hope you're doing well. And Hector, my goodness, thank you. Let me round and get going, because this is going to take a crazy amount of time. Make sure I get that right. Oh no, we're listening to Slovenian folk music. It's gonna go over to some classical stuff too. Family Austrian and Slovenian music, closely related. It's complicated musical history along with complicated national history. But I need to get MOVE moving on all of this. So let me prop you up, give you some juice. And we'll get going. Like I said, this could be crazy long because the beef takes a long time to braise. Okay. Are we okay? Are we good? Are we cockeyed? There, don't want to get you blinded too much by the light up there. Okay, so step one is bacon. Bacon in news lately. But we're using bacon on both dishes. And I think it was Hector there who gave me the little tip when I was cooking the other day on using my new tool, my shears, my fancy schmancy shears that not only are shears but also come apart and can be a screwdriver, bottle cap opener, and probably crack crabs or, you know, stab a fella. So, could be using that. So, who else we got here? We got a lot of other people on the web. Hello, Anne-Marie. Thank you for joining. Okay, bacon. We've got some bacon for an earlier dish. And we never eat bacon around here. So, usually it winds up going bad before we use it. But this time, we've got a country that uses bacon. So it's, hey Anne-Marie, thank you for the restream. Oh, I need to get my scale, just a moment. I always forget that. Need to get a kitchen scale. There's going to be a quarter cup of bacon for the first dish, and then, what am I doing? Another 2 ounces for the second recipe. So, there are 2 different forms of measurement. I keep raving about this website called Tasting Table. Yes, Anne-Marie, hey there. 100, I know, that's crazy. Personally, I don't believe it, but we'll see. Hey, Morocco is in the house here. Who we got? Amazing Bay. Hello, hey there. Greetings. Really loved cooking the food of Morocco a few months back. So let's see. A quarter cup of bacon here is gonna be tricky. But this website I keep raving about. Every week I keep finding more interesting stuff. Called the Tasting Table. They are great, and there's always just interesting tips. And one of the tips, oddly enough, that I found just this week was saying, you know, a bunch of uses for your kitchen shears. So, this is one of the things. Amazing Bay, thank you for liking the restream. So this is 2 ounces of smoked bacon, and apparently this... Wait a minute. Hold on, starting over. Clear. Clear! We can save him! Okay, so that's 9 ounces. So... Okay, that's... So 2 strips, that's roughly 2 ounces. To make a 1/4 cup, I have no idea how many strips that's going to be. BuzzFeed ran a poll that you and blah 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 voted in. Okay, whatever. I'm getting weird Twitter notifications while I'm talking. I'm trying to eyeball what's going to be a 1/4 cup of bacon when I'm done. I'm thinking that should be enough. I'm hoping that will. Because we wind up throwing out bacon. Long cooking evening. You have no idea. I mean, I was going to start 15 minutes earlier than this, even. If you can believe it. Because this takes a long time to braise. It's like all the stuff happens in the front end, and then the whole other dish is going to take up the 3 hours of cooking time in between. But first I got to do this, and I've got it in my hand. Ah, my soap dispenser's on the fritz. Okay, like I said, we never really eat bacon around here, so I don't feel too bad doing it once in a blue moon. And this would be the blue moon. Hey, Jeff Needles, hey there, thank you for the like, my good man. I really appreciate you popping by each time here now. Okay, so the Cheers said to chop the bacon with the shears easier than chopping it with a knife, and wouldn't you know, it's true. So again, thanks to Hector's tip the other day when I was trying to chop the meat in the pot, and then the tasting table mentioned other things you can use your shears for, and this was one of them. And I was thinking, hey, that's good. I'm going to be needing to do that real soon. So there's bacon here that's going to be in with the beef Barolo, beef braised in Barolo. In Italian, it's a Brasato al Barolo. And if you're wondering why we're doing an Italian dish for Slovenia, there's a few reasons. A cup of bacon is between... Oh, thank you, Hector. A cup of bacon is between 6 to 8 slices. 6 to 8 slices, and I got 4. So I'm over. Thank you. Thank you for checking that. Doug McGregor, thank you for the like. On the fritz. On the fritz. Oh yeah, the soap dispenser. There's something strange happening with it. I think it's leaking all the soap, like, down into the cabinet, and not where it should be. So I'm having to get soap by hand from the bottle, which is a pain. Minor annoyances. So, long. Anyway, Italian dish. You may wonder why. Slovenia in Eastern Europe is very close to Austria. It's connected. It's next to Austria. It's next to Italy. And while Slovenian is the official language, there are towns where Hungarian and Italian are the official language, depending on how close they are. And this is very close to Venice up there. So I am assuming I could be wrong. Yes, Niels. That's why this came up in looking for Slovenian dishes. This one Northern Italian dish. That looks like more than a 1/4 cup. It does. It does. But I'm gonna say that it is. So this is for number 1, for number 2, and I'm only doing this now because, you know, I don't have to take out the bacon twice. Is for the second dish, which is like sort of dumplings. We're gonna make our own pasta again, and the recipe. Well, I would pull up the name of the item again. We won't be cooking it until the first thing's in the pot, because we have a lot of time to kill. But it's Idrija Žlikrofi, which are like basically like ravioli. Tammy, hey there, thank you for the restream. Yes, basically like ravioli, it's supposed to be shaped a certain way, and considering I've never done it before, I'm pretty sure that shape is going to be pretty not authentic. But it's my first try. Yes, I am cooking insanely early because we put the slow in Slovenia, okay? Because the beef braised in Barolo the premise is that it cooks very slowly and very slowly evaporates all the liquid to make this insanely tender beef with a really great flavor. So that's me with the early, which has really put a damper on my day, let me tell you. Because I had to get my 10-mile run in, and I had to go to the grocery store, and I just got back, and so here's where I am. Okay, so here is the bacon for part 2, and that's going to go in the fridge while we wait on the rest. The light in my fridge is not happy. Okay, somebody tweeted something else. Oh, golly gee, thank you, Tammy. That was very nice of you. Okay, so this goes over here. We've got our bacon over there. Next, I gotta clean this off and then get to chop in the onions. Be right back. And thank you so much. You guys are really the greatest. Hold on, be right back. Gotta get bacon grease off of my cutting board. We're gonna use every bowl in the house once more. Watch how it happens. Because I'm gonna be prepping for both the second dish and the first dish sort of simultaneously to get all my cutting done. How long does it take you to run 10 miles? About 2 hours. Just under 2 hours. I'm not a fast runner. I run far, but I don't go fast. I attribute that to be old. Because when I first started running, only about five, it's hard to say it's 5 years ago now, but yeah, 5 years ago, I injured myself. And I said I'm not going to push myself too hard anymore. I'm getting spam texts. That's great. So, meanwhile, onions. We're going to separate onions for this and for that. And hopefully I have enough. It said, specifically said yellow onions. These are probably not. They are yellow onions. Okay, good. I have to dash to the store, be back in to visit you in a bit. Hey, I'll be here. Trust me, I'll be here all night. But yes, I do go slow. In fact, in all my running, with the exception of the couple little races that I've done, I keep joking that I can count on one hand the times that I've passed people who are running. I pass people who are walking and standing still. But people who are running, it's very rare that I ever pass them. They're always passing me. And I'm okay with that. Because I'd rather just finish and not be injured. Okay, so the premise is for one recipe it says to use 2 cups of onions. And on the other, it says to use 1 onion. And I'm thinking 2 onions is going to be 2 cups. I have a feeling. I got a feeling. Okay, so this is trash. Okay, here goes. Oh, I need a, speaking of trash, I need a bowl for trash. Okay, so knife already sharpened, and onions. And onion time is always a question time with the Prime Minister here. Why do I keep getting these damn spam texts? I can't address that now. Okay. Trash. So this would be question time. If you have any questions, this is, you know, chopping onions time is usually the best time for Cliffy stories. Incidentally, since we're talking about Slovenia, one thing I did not mention when I cooked Slovakia last week is that everyone is forever getting Slovakia and Slovenia confused. For a lot of reasons. They are Slavic people that once were kind of all together and then kind of got separated, you know, 1,000 years ago. How do you train for running a marathon? Well, an actual whole marathon I have never done, and quite frankly, I cannot imagine myself doing. I have run a half marathon. I've won, and I'm doing another one in April, which I'm very much looking forward to, because for the first time I'm going to have someone to stand around with before it starts. Which, I mean, that's the part that gets me. The actual running part now is like, fine, running. Good, I can do it. But the whole, like, hour and a half plus of standing around, you know, in a crowd where, you know, pump you up music is playing and you can only take so much Black Eyed Peas. So I'm like, no. You know, I'm trying to, like, tune it out. So this time I got someone to stand with. So how do I train? Well, I never, ever in a million years, ouch, thought I would be able to, you know, someone who was watching suggested using the small knife for the first cut. So that's what I'm going to do. That's probably a better move. Como se dice? I didn't run. I didn't run at all. But I was on the couch, and I couldn't get off the couch for, you know, years and years and years. And it was not a pretty sight. I'd gained a ton of weight. And I'll give you the running story. Hey, Danny, thank you for the receipt. What for receipt are you going to cook today? What recipe am I going to cook today? Today, the first one is a beef braised in Barolo. In Italian, it's Brasato al Barolo. And the sort of more of a national dish of Slovenia, since that other one's Italian, technically, is the dumplings, which is sort of like ravioli. It's Idrija Žlikrofi. So that's what's happening. And it's so early because it's a long cook, because the beef braises for like about 3 hours, which is why, even though it's really early, I'm already in a rush. By the way, I was mentioning Slovenia and Slovakia getting confused all the time. It's kind of funny because one of the things the former president, the American president, made noticeably confused the two countries in a speech when he was introducing somebody, and that, you know, people still remember that. And also the last Italian or former Italian Prime Minister, Mr. Berlusconi, once also famously got the two confused in public. In fact, it happens so often that allegedly the embassies of Slovenia and Slovakia routinely have lunch meetings where they exchange each other's misdirected mail, which I think is really funny. Again, Slavic people who arrived there in like around the year 500, and like kind of got separated. But you'll notice the flags here, right above my head. The white, white, blue, and red is similar to the flag of Russia. You know, because that was the flag of Russia in the 1800s, and the flag of Russia now. Slavic people sticking together. Each Slovenia and Slovakia have their own crests in different places on the flag, so it's also easy to mix them up. The one from Slovenia is the crest is smaller in the upper right-hand side, and I kind of forgot. Their mountain ranges, their noted mountain is on. Each one has its noted mountain or mountain range in their flag too, which again with similarities. But running, I did not run for about ever. And I was gaining a lot of weight, and it was getting very scary and unhealthy, and I kept having to buy more clothes because things didn't fit, and I was depressed. And, I mean, you may have heard the story before, but, you know, you can speed past this if you're looking at this on YouTube. The husband he ran. He was into boxing, and he ran, and he was trying to get me moving. And I was not cooperating. And then he said, hey, you know what? There's this 5K that's happening, you know, this weekend, whatever, is happening right outside our front door. I mean, quite literally, outside our front door. And it's only 5K, and you can walk it if you want. And I said, well, if I can walk it, I'll do it. Because I am not running. Because I can't run. And he says, no, you can walk. And I said, fine. So, boom, go. And everyone takes off running, and I start walking. And I'm walking, and I'm walking, and nothing is going to get me to not walk. I'm going to walk. And then I look behind me, and then I see, like, the cop car that kind of clears the road is, like, behind me on my tail, because saying that I am the very, very, very last person in this race. And I'm thinking, that's really embarrassing. There's a guy right in front of me. Let me just walk a little bit faster. I'll get past him. Then I'll be the second to last person. I'm walking. I turn around. That guy is gone. Cop car is again behind me. And I'm thinking, gee, yeah. Okay, I can't be the last person. So, once again, I go jog past a little bit past the person in front of me. And once again, that person drops out. And once again, I am the last person in the race. And this happens like 3 or 4 times. And I'm getting really frustrated. And this is 5K, which is about 3 miles. But walking, slow as I was, it was taking forever. So like near the end, I'm thinking, I can't be the last person. And finally I see like a couple of, you know, I mean, I was heavyset. You know, they were heavyset women with walking with a toddler. And they're walking ahead of me. And I'm thinking, no, I cannot lose to them. So I just jogged in front of them, and I was so embarrassed and so ashamed that shame is a good motivator sometimes. Hey, Lydia. Hey there. Thanks for liking the restream. Yeah, thank you, Anne-Marie. And I said, okay, I'm gonna try to try. But I hate sweating. I hate the heat. I hate the outdoors. You know, was not gonna do well. You know, I tried getting on treadmills. When I tried that, I wound up injuring myself, which is no fun. And so I said, well, look, I'll just jog to the corner. And there's the iPhone had on it the Nike app. And I got the little, you know, thing on my shoe, the receiver on my shoe. I didn't want to buy Nike shoes. But I got the receiver on my shoe, and it told me kind of how fast I was going and how far I was going. And the app said, you know, congratulations, you've gone further today than you did yesterday. And I figured if I could just go one step, just one step more than I did the day before, I'd get that attaboy every time. And I started posting it on Facebook. And then, Kyocom, thank you for the restream. Hope I didn't miss anybody. But I said if I can just go, you know, a little bit farther today than I did yesterday. And, you know, and I found myself as going, yeah, I went around the block, you know? And I just kept saying, go a little further, and go a little further, and go a little further. And, you know, I injured myself right when the weather started to get nice, and that was super depressing. And I went to a sports medicine thing, and they told me I was, you know, doing everything wrong. And so, you know, after some physical therapy and learning how to do things right, I haven't been injured since. I've stayed off treadmills. Whatever I do not go near a treadmill. Because I don't know about your brain, but my brain with the OCD, which is kind of part of this whole cooking thing, is that, you know, I see a recipe, I see a rule book, and I need to follow it to the letter. And the problem with that is when you're on a treadmill, it says set your pace, set your time, and I go, okay, I will go this pace, boom. And I'm doing what it's telling me, not what my body is telling me. And I hurt myself. And I said after like the 3rd time on a treadmill injuring myself, I said, I don't care. But when we moved to Florida, it's like, oh, well, I didn't have to worry about being too cold, but it was like insanely too hot most of the year. Which killed me. And it still kills me, because when it's hot, which is like more than half the year here, I have to get up like at 5 in the morning to be able to run without dying. thankfully it's gotten to be like livable again. So hallelujah until like, you know, April. I will be happy. Your story is inspiring to me. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, I did those little 5K that they had Disney, which is we love The Amazing Race, as you can imagine. Going around the world with the cooking thing, I would love The Amazing Race. But we love The Amazing Race, and Disney, they have a race called the Expedition Everest, which is named after a ride there, which is sort of like, you know, Nepal Yeti, you know, roller coaster. But they have this Expedition Everest, which is basically a 5K on the front end, and then the back end is, and supposedly they have little obstacles in the middle, but it's not, I mean, I was really frightened it's going to be one of these like muddy, you know, climb over things and, you know, get wet or whatever. And it was, you can't even call it an obstacle. At one point you had to climb over one little bay of hail, you know, or step through one row of tires. And I was like, oh, that's, you know. And I said, I'm not worried about how fast I'm going, I just want to finish. And we went as a team, but at the back end there was like a scavenger hunt where you had to go to, you know, part X of the Animal Kingdom, Disney's Animal Kingdom, and get a clue, and then you had to solve the clue, and then run to, you know, the next place in Animal Kingdom, and then give them the answer to the clue, and then they would give you your next clue, and then so on and so forth. So that was really kind of fun. And again, I did not care about my time. I just wanted to finish. I said, oh God, I can't believe I finished, you know, 3 whole miles. That's, you know, insane. And we wound up doing it again another year. But again, the whole cheery up, peppy, happy music of getting started made me say, I never want to hear Black Eyed Peas again. But the husband doesn't run as much as I do. So once I got past, you know, the 5K thing, and I did my first half marathon about 3 years ago, again at Disney. That was just, I can't believe I did it. I want to cry when I think about it. Because I had no idea I could do it. And I told you I was using the little Nike app on my iPhone, and the, you know, thing and the shoe, and I said, well, I don't know how I'm possibly going to do 13 miles. That's just so beyond the pale of anything that I could fathom doing. And according to what my little foot thing had been telling me, I'd been running, you know, 6, 7, 8 miles every other day. And I was like really, really proud of myself. I said, but I don't know how I'll do 13. I'm going to die. And then I said, oh, look, I'm doing 10. I'm doing 10 every day. Yay, me. And then I got I changed apps. I went to the Nike app that has a GPS, which is more accurate. And oh, good gosh almighty, that 10 miles I thought I'd been doing, it wasn't 10 miles at all. It was more like 8. And I was thinking, oh no, I've been lying to myself this whole time. Here I thought I'd been going all this distance, and now it's going to be really 13 miles, and I'm going to die, and what's going to happen? And I was freaking out like nobody's business. And so this half marathon at Disney was hold that thought. This is supposed to be 2 cups of onions, and that really looks like 2 cups of onions. So I'm going to stop with that one, and then I'm going to chop this one too. It needs 1 onion. You know what? I say that's 1 onion. It's a big onion. In any case, the half marathon thing. So I said, well, okay, how's it going to work? This half marathon is at the Disney Wine and Dine Festival, which is actually happening now, which is really cool if you've never heard of it. At Epcot, you know, where they have their little countries and little pavilions, which is nice. But once a year in the fall, they have the Wine and Dine, where they have other booths that they set up all over the front, and so you have food from about, you know, 20, 30 countries that you can go and taste, and they have like small serving sizes, and they have desserts and wines and beers and what have you, from each of these, you know, 20, 30 countries, and it's really, really good. And so I said, hey, I can eat, I can learn about, you know, foods I will be cooking, and what do you know, and I just started this whole business. at that point. But then the race started at, I want to say 10 o'clock at night. And I said, well, I don't know how I'm going to eat, what I'm going to feed myself that day. I'm stressing out because, like I said, the husband, you know, he would never think of being able to run that far. He doesn't have the time to do it, even if he wanted to. So he couldn't stand with me, you know, enduring the Black Eyed Peas and Psy. So much Gangnam Style. And they said, so I had to go by myself. And so I'm standing there in, you know, with all this empty field for, you know, hours. And then there's like a line, an enormous line. I don't know if anyone's out there as a runner. To them, it's like, you know, of course, that's the way it is. But to me, this is new. Two lines, you know, like L-shaped, like this and then like that, of porta potties, as far as the eye could see. And I went, well, I need to, you know, take care of business before I go run. So, you know, I did that, and I said, okay, I'm ready. And now everyone else starts to arrive, and it's just masses and masses of people. And they're all needing to line up for the porta potties, but there isn't like a singular line for them. But since I'm all by myself, everyone thought I was just standing in line. So everyone kept lining up behind me, thinking that I was the back of the line for the porta potty. I'm like, no, I'm not, no. And I kept moving away, and that was like about an hour and a half of me going, no, I'm not in line, leave me alone. And then finally, when boom, the gun went off, and I started running. I was like, wow, this is so cool, running in the dark, and we're running, you know, through Animal Kingdom, and then there was like, you know, every mile there was, there's lights and postcards with, you know, the names of the different countries and different characters waving at you, and some people stopped to take pictures. And running, and then it's like in through the Hollywood Studios, Disney's Hollywood Studios, and it's all lit up for Christmas, and you know, I'm going down the street, and it felt like a parade just for me, and I was just so emotional. I just couldn't, you know, I had to stop for a while to walk, but anyway, I finished, and at the end, I'm like so drained, and I go to I take a picture of myself, I take a selfie, and I post it, and I'm like almost crying. And I go, I did it, oh my God. And then that moment, my phone just dies. The battery just, boom, went out. And I was thinking, oh no, my husband's not going to be able to find me. You know, I told him to meet me at the finish line, but there's 80 million people here. How will he ever find me? And I'm just being pushed along by this crowd. They're all like being handed bananas and crackers. And I'm just, you know, wobbling through going, I can't believe I did this. It's 1:30 in the morning. And there he is, standing under the big giant, you know, globe of, hey, YouTube lover, thanks for the like and the restream. I was standing on the globe there of the Epcot, and I'm like, I can't believe I did it. And I'm just sobbing uncontrollably. That was my half marathon experience, and I did it one time, and now I'm going to be doing it again, but this time I'll have friends to stand with. So that's story time with Cliffy, as he chops onions, as always happens. So we've got our 2 cups of onions. We have our alleged quarter cup of bacon. We have a cup of 1 onion over there for the second dish. And we have trash, and now I need to clean this off and move on to the next thing. Okay, now, water, hygiene, be clean. There we go. Next, so hey, Saval, I see you there. Good gosh almighty. Okay, y'all watching me prep. So we've got our onions down. Ouch. And now we need 2 cups of carrots. So, 1 cup of carrots. So, I just bought carrots. Again, with the not knowing how many cups a carrot is going to wind up being. So, having to eyeball stuff. This is trash. I need my peeler. I need a new peeler. This is the peeler I got. So, we've got, I debated getting the you know, the ones with the greens and stuff, but I've never wound up using them, so the ones from the bag is fine. One more time, it's 1 cup of carrots. Are you a cup? How about one more? How about a small one? Okay. 3. That should be a cup, I hope. Okay. So, I know I probably don't need to, but I'm gonna scrub them anyway. I'll be right over here. Okay, so we've got our carrots, and I've got to peel the carrots, and then we've got to chop the carrots. And like I said, it may be crazy early, but that doesn't mean I'm not in a rush, because the beef takes 2.5 to 3 hours to braise, which is why we started so crazy early. And like I said, I would have started even earlier, because I know how long I take to do this right here. Because between me yakking and my general speed, tends to be a problem. Okay. What is this? What is this? I assume what I'm cooking. Dish number 1 is a beef braised in Barolo, or an Italian Brasato al Barolo, which is, and as you can guess, an Italian dish. It's a northern Italian dish from what I gather, and there's a lot of overlap between Slovenia and northern Italy there by Venice and such, because this did show up under meat dishes for Slovenia, in case you think I just kind of am making this up. And it takes a long time to braise. The second dish, Chris, thank you for the like and the restream. I hope I got your name right. Chris, thank you. Hey. And the second dish, which is going to be cooking, be prepped while the first dish is braising, because it takes so long to braise, is sort of their version of ravioli, which is called Idrija Žlikrofi, or Žlikrofi. No, that's an F. Žlikrofi. But it's got the Z with a, you know, on top. So I have no idea how to pronounce that. A few weeks ago, we were in DC, went to a Serbian restaurant. You know, Serbia, along with Croatia, Montenegro, Macedonia, Bosnia, and Slovenia, and Kosovo, if you want to, you know, be controversial. We're all part of Yugoslavia for a time between about World War I and 1990. Slovenia was the first one to kind of break away from the Yugoslav Republic. There, you know, you've heard about the tragedies and the civil wars and such that happened in Croatia and Bosnia and Kosovo. However, while Slovenia had their own version of that, it was not nearly so bad. It was only 10 days. So, kind of like the economic powerhouse, or the first Eastern European country to join the EU and join the Euro and the Eurozone and so on and so forth. Of course, now they're feeling a lot of pressure with the whole situation that's happening over there right now, which is very, very sad and very, very tragic. Since they are the edge of the EU, they form the sort of southern border. They're on the Adriatic Sea. They're facing that refugee crisis, and everyone is having a really bad time with that, and it's really tragic for all parties concerned. So, they're in the news even today, you know, kind of warning that this could be the end of Europe, so, eek. Hope everyone is okay. We want peace and happiness for all. Meanwhile, we are chopping carrots, and I'm trying to get to 1 cup's worth, and I hope I have eyeballed well enough. I never would have been able to do this at the start of this whole project, but now, what do you know? Not so bad. Doing not so bad with this. And thank you all for joining, by the way. This is quite the thing. Prepping for all this has really kept me off, even off watching other people's streams, which I feel kind of bad about. But, you know, there's that. So I'm hoping that's a cup. It's probably more than a cup. But, you know, I'm not a pastry chef. It does not have to be exact. So we're going with 1 cup of carrots, and then we're going to chop a cup of celery. And then we'll be getting close to finishing the chopping portion of our evening, of our afternoon, of our day. So, incidentally, in case you're wondering, carrots. Well, let me get my celery first, and I'll give you the sales pitch later. Okay, just bought celery here, and I need a cup's worth. So, and you know, some countries that I've cooked make whole dishes of the greens, of the celery greens. This is not one of them. But I need a cup's worth. I'm saying, I'm gonna go 3 is a magic number. Let's find a small one. There. Okay. So, but anyway, if you're wondering why, well, I'm not taking pictures yet, but I will be. Why I take pictures and such is because this is all not only for you all, now in real time or in the future, if you're watching this on YouTube or Catch at some point, you know, in the future. Hi there. Hello, future. But if you are, it is all for the blog, which you can find at cliffyland.com, just add a .com at the end there, and you will see pictures of everything, links to the recipes, and links to these videos right here, in case you kind of miss something or feel like the need to come back and see something you missed. So those are up there too. Trivia about the countries, as well as kind of how it went. And you'll be able to see all the nights of any given country, because this is night 3 of 3 of Slovenia. I think we did 3 nights of Slovakia too, so that's like 6 nights of Slavs. By the way, celery lasts long in the fridge when wrapped in foil. Ooh, good to know. Thank you, Hector. I will have to go back and take care of that later. Good to know. You know, the weird thing about celery is that time after time after time, I've bought celery, I've purchased celery, and I've used like a bit of it in a recipe, and then, you know, eventually just gone bad. But the last batch of celery I bought for, I don't even remember what country it was, I went through so many sort of European countries in rapid succession that use celery that for the first time in my life I went through an entire bag of celery without having to throw anything out, which I didn't think would ever happen. So there's that. But yes, wrapping in foil, good tip, Hector. You are a lifesaver. Again, if Kenneth was here, he'd be telling me to use my vegetable knife now, but I'm getting really kind of attached to my chef's knife here. I mean, the stuff doesn't fly around as much as it does with that big honkin' vegetable knife. And I think the cat's tired of getting little bits of vegetables in his food. Going, what is this? I did not ask for ginger in my food. Of course, I have to sweep up and everything after it's all over. I like that black apron better than the yellow one. Good to know. Thank you. I like it too. It was kind of like a bonus. The Funky Fairy. The fine folks at the Funky Fairy at meerkattees.com. They are lovely, wonderful people, and you can buy all sorts of embroidered stuff from them, backpacks and meerkat items and meerkat t-shirts with bling on them, and all sorts of cool stuff for you and yours for now, meerkatting or the holiday season, if you will. Lovely people. They ship anywhere. They're in England, and they ship And so the black one is actually their idea. Celery! Okay, so we've got our alleged cup of celery here. And I'm gonna do something I know I really shouldn't do now. I should do it later, but I'm gonna do it now because I don't care. Which is chop my herbs. Because I just don't want to be chopping later. I'm lazy that way. I want to take care of all my chopping up front. So we are chopping. It's gonna be celery and chives. The chives are for the second dish, not for the first. So parsley. Parsley before it completely dies in the fridge. I washed it earlier, and I did do the tip of putting the piece of a paper towel in there to catch the moisture. So I'd read that before, and someone reminded me. It's probably Hector. So thanks again for the tip. Okay, trash. This is not going to go to the disposal. Okay. Alrighty. So we're looking for about a cuanto, just a certain amount of celery, parsley. So I declare you a certain amount. I ordered my t-shirts on Apron Friday. I am in Western Canada. Wonder how many business days it takes to get here. I have no idea. I do know that I was surprised how quickly my stuff came, you know, here in Florida. Very surprised. So you never know. Oh, and sorry to hear about that tragic boat accident out there in Vancouver Island. That was very sad. I was kind of worried because a friend of mine who's often on here, she lives out there and had been, you know, taking pictures of her vacationing and whatever, and, you know, in that, you know, around where she lives, and I was really hoping she's okay. I mean, odds are she is. If you're here, say hello. But yes, cheese also, Cliffy, keeps well wrapped in tinfoil also. Ooh, that's important. Of course, I'd have to label the tinfoil, because otherwise I'd have these bricks of who knows what, which is what tends to happen whenever I wrap anything in foil. Because I get lazy and I don't do the labeling. You know, what the weird part is with the OCD thing, that you think that, you know, I'd be all about labeling stuff, and I kind of am, but someone else has to set up the system. When I started a particular job, long time ago, one of the people who was my boss, who I was warned about being kind of a crazy person, and I had worked for him already, but not, you know, so closely. And I'd been warned, says, don't, you know, don't cross him. But you know what? He's very obsessive about, you know, order and stuff. And I go, I am too. I said, if you want to, you know, endear yourself to him, have him organize you. And I said, really? Oh, well, I could use that. So I said, you know what? I'm a very organized person. I like working in systems. If someone else sets up the system, I will happily work within it. And so he just set up a whole labeling process and put this in this box and this in this box and then label this and da-da-da. And he went hog wild, and we were both quite happy. Tragic, beautiful Vancouver. I know. I'm coming back in 30 minutes, Cliffy. We will be here, Nils. We'll be here all night. Tip your waitresses. Okay. This is parsley. This is going to be, Slovenia is our last night of the Slavic countries. I don't know, I guess Ukraine probably counts as a Slavic country, so we won't be done with them entirely until we get to the U's. But it's our last night in Europe, as it were, for some time. Because our next few countries will not be in Europe. So it's going to be kind of our last chance for, you know, pork and bacon and dill and cheese and, you know, fine wine, which you will experience shortly. So, yes, because we will be places that are very, very different for the next few weeks. So, parsley. Parsley is petersil in Dutch. I hope I didn't mangle that too badly. Okay, parsley, I'm gonna put that in the fridge, so I, have it in the fridge. And don't let me forget it at the very end of this if you're still here, like hours from now. Okay, chives. Let me wash my hand. Chives. I took out my chives? No, I did not. I just bought chives. Chives has got the bonus ingredient to go into the ravioli type thing, into the dumpling type thing, the Idrija Žlikrofi. And it didn't say how much on the chives either. So I'm just going to randomly say that much. Here, chives. Enjoy. Chives is one thing that always winds up going bad before I'm done with the box, but alas. Chives are going to go in here, and that's going to go for dish number 2. So that we won't be getting to that for a while. Again, I know you shouldn't chop your herbs, way early. You should do them just right before you need them because they dry out. Otherwise, I understand, I accept it, I believe it. I'm just not following that principle because I have too much else to do. And I don't have a sous chef. I am my own sous chef. That. Hey, Adrian, how you doing? Thank you for the like and the restream. We are cooking Slovenia and listening to the sounds of Slovenia. Dabin zlada, znala, dabin znala. So, yes, that. But if you were with us previously, or if you weren't, this is our third night. Our first night was on Friday, our second night was on Sunday, and this is our third and final night of Slovenia here. I really didn't think I would be able to get 3 nights out of Slovenia because part of this project is that I try not to do things that I've done before, and since so many dishes and cuisines sort of overlap through regions, that's kind of hard to do. Hey, Savell, thank you for the like, my good man. Thank you, Adrian. Because a lot of the, Baltic dishes I've done already, because I've cooked Serbia and Bosnia and Croatia and Macedonia and Montenegro. And I'm not doing Kosovo until after this aspect of the project is done, and I figure maybe getting into the non-UN member states, the sort of conflict. Hey, you're not really a country. Yes, we are states. You're Western Sahara, you're Palestine, you're Kosovo, you're Taiwan, among others. So we're gonna figure that out later. Pivenstein, thank you for the cool, yay. Crystal Marie, thank you for liking the restream. Back to you. Okay, so this is these are our chives, and they are going to be in dish number 2. So I'm just gonna sit them there. And am I finally done? No, I'm not done. I have one more thing to chop. I have garlic to chop, but I need to wash my hands. And I'm going to wash this cutting board because this is going to be a mess. So it's going to be my last thing to chop is the garlic here. I mean, it's funny. My dad, people say, oh, do you have all your stuff prepped beforehand? I'm like, no, I just do it. We do it live. If you want to tune out and come back later, you can do that. My dad was saying, well, you need to edit that. And I'm thinking, it's live. I can't edit it. I can edit after the fact, but not in the moment. Okay, so 1 tablespoon of garlic, which is going to be interesting, deciding how many cloves equals a tablespoon, but let's go for it. I did also buy more garlic in case I ran out. Because I had a little scare back when I was cooking Singapore a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you were here. Went to the Asian market and bought like the, you know, kind of white knit package of garlic, and got back and I opened it and I was like, oh my god, they're all bad. Okay, speaking of bad, there's trash in here. Let me get rid of some of this. Let me get to my actual garlic. Okay, so I've discovered a couple cloves there. We're gonna knock off another. Try to get to 1 tablespoon, right? Am I right? Yes. Tablespoon, that should be it. Okay. So, peel, get all this out of here. And we're going to, and I'm not using my gizmo anymore. I've kind of let go of the gizmo. I'm going, didn't realize that just smashing it and peeling it is so much faster. Allegedly. Okay. And go, away with thee. So, Slovenia. What else can I tell you? You may, if you were here previous, you heard some of this trivia already, but it was populated since way prehistoric times. Archaeological digs in Slovenia have discovered a number of things, including that Slovenia is the site of the world's oldest musical instrument. So, you can see music got its start in Slovenia, in a manner of speaking. It was a bone that had some holes cut into it to make it like a flute. Also, it, along with Mesopotamia, you know, out in Iraq, at about the same time, they both developed the wooden wheel. So the world's oldest wooden wheel, it's kind of like a tie. The one from Mesopotamia, and one that was found in present-day Slovakia. So it's curious the way the development of, you know, the same thing so far apart. They have lots of UNESCO, you know, World Heritage sites, caves and mountains and such. It has a small bit of coast along the Adriatic Sea, which, you know, again, in the news now. But that's where they get, you know, fishing communities and such, and that's where it's a lot like the Italian, from what I read. I could be wrong. And then Austria in the north, and Hungary nearby, because there was a point that they were part of the Austria-Hungary. There was a plan somewhere along the line to kind of create a pathway to unite the Slavic people of Slovenia and Slovakia, but Austria and Hungary are kind of in the middle of that, and that didn't really work out. So, you know, after World War I, they said, hey, you know what, let's get together with these Croats and Serbians and make a country. So that was Yugoslavia. And then in 91, they said, yeah, let's get out of that. Doing quite well now, all things considered. Great tourist destination too. I think my mother even said that cruise ships stopped there once. So I declare that 1 tablespoon of garlic, whether it is or not. Now we're just gonna set out some stuff, but that means I get to clean this. So, because I'm done with the chopping. And I always say it takes an hour for me to do this, but so that's where the 3-hour cook is going to turn into a 2.5-hour cook. Because Cliffy talks so damn much and is so slow on his prep work. Never get hired at Denny's. Whatever will I do? Okay. You know, I mentioned that I went to one day, one cooking class. Which, you know, gave me like 2 small tips, but not worth the day. But one of them was that this cooking school, I was curious about, the cooking school itself. And so naturally they answered the questions. And I was kind of wondering, like, hey, you know, what happens if people come to this cooking school? And they're like, oh, well, you'll get a job, so on and so forth, you know. The people from Outback are always here, you know, hiring people. And I was thinking, yeah, that's probably how it goes. You know, you're not going to wind up on the Food Network. Too many people think they're going to wind up on the Food Network. 2 teaspoons of salt. If you read the New York Times, there's a... I didn't even know what words to tell you to look for. But there is a real shortage of chefs, of, you know, kitchen chefs, you know, kitchen help in New York City. Partially because of, you know, how much or how little they get paid and how much time they have to work and how far they have to drive to where they're working and all that good stuff. And the fact that everyone thinks, oh, I'm going to become, you know, I'm going to open my own restaurant. So, check it out. Kind of really curious story. We're looking for, I got salt and pepper. I'm looking for 1 teaspoon of black pepper here. This is going to be rubbed on our beef. So we got that right there. And next we're going to get our cloves. Whole cloves, 4 of them. I'm going to put my salt nearby somewhere. Over here. Okay. Whole cloves. Whole cloves. Cloves, cloves, cloves. Cloves. I know I have them. Those are ground. I need whole. Whole cloves. Shake it, shake it, shake it. These are whole cloves. And I need 4 of them. So we're gonna go 1, I lost it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cloves. And I'm gonna go with 2 bay leaves. I just had to buy more bay leaves because I knew I'd run out. I've been going through them like nobody's business lately. Incidentally, did you know, allegedly, bay leaves will kind of repel what you call your boll weevils. The weevils get in your flour and rice, and it's all super, super gross and disgusting, and make me want to run for the hills. So after, you know, quarantining all my food that comes in, I get in like rice and flour and whatever. I put it in the freezer for a day, and then take it out. But after cleaning all my counters and, you know, my cabinets and all that stuff, I made sure to tuck some bay leaves around, see if it helps. Okay, I'm looking for 2 bay leaves, and this one looks like trash, so I'm gonna say that's 2. I have 1 left. 1 lonely little bay leaf left. Maybe I want that one. Da-da, come on. Ah. It's not a good shape for a bottle for this. You're prettier. Okay. So we've got our 2 bay leaves, and then we're going for 2 sprigs of rosemary. Love grows where my rosemary goes. Again, like I said, I'm using every bowl in the house. Chives, time, where's my rosemary? Rosemary is a very strong, distinct flavor and smell. The rosemary I had just kind of lost it, so I had to buy new today. 2 sprigs, they're big. 1, 2 sprigs of rosemary. You know, the bowl is not the right choice for this. Okay. Seems silly. Stick it on a plate. Fiesta-ware. Okay, so I have my 2 sprigs of rosemary, which are going to stick somewhere. We need 1 cinnamon stick. I have the world of cinnamon. I have more cinnamon sticks I know what to do with. I accidentally bought more when we already had more, and now I don't know where I put them. There's so many, I put them in a big old jar. In a big giant jar. that says cinnamon sticks. Here, yes. Okay. So, one cinnamon stick. Hi, Cliff, how are you? I am doing well. How are things in Scotland? Yo, my goodness, Derek, yay for the 70s pop, catching the Edison, is it Edison Lighthouse? Love grows where my rosemary goes. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you got that. Thank you for liking the restream, too. And then for our second recipe, since I'm taking these out, marjoram. I think that's how you pronounce it. I bought it for something, months and months ago, and I didn't even know if I'd ever get to use it again, because I'd never had it before, but apparently it's kind of, big in Europe, or in parts of Europe. So, Majorana in Español, Majorana, marjoram in English, from Badia. Now I gotta figure out how to open the package. Oh my goodness, we moved on to the second record. Yow. Now we're listening to more sounds of Slovenia. Apple Music is going to be suggesting all sorts of... For you is going to be very strange. Keeps thinking, oh, wait a minute, I thought he liked African music. No, wait a minute, he likes Polynesian music. No, wait, no, now he's looking for Slavic music. What's the deal with this guy? I will defeat any algorithm you want. This is one teaspoon. I'm going for a teaspoon. Didn't say how much. So I'm just going with a teaspoon of the marjoram. This is for the second recipe. So that's going over behind you. Wow, it is time to cook. Yeehaw. And look at this. I still have 1 cup of something left. Imagine that. Something I did not use. Okay. Now, I'm supposed to have a Dutch oven. Not that kind of Dutch oven. I don't know specifically if I can say that I really do have a Dutch oven, but the same effect will be had without a specific thing. But I will need a plate or two for our meat, because the meat is going to need to be seasoned. Good evening to all. Oh, hey there, Vicky and Rob and Vicky, how you doing? So lovely seeing you. I do love you guys so much. And I said this is the epic long cook, so you can go to bed, you'll wake up, and I will still be here. Okay, I'm getting, it says again, the Dutch oven. A Dutch oven first, and then a saucepan. You know what, I'm going with Big Bertha. I don't care. Better have a pot that's too big than one that's not big enough. So going with you, and I'll move you over there in a moment. But first, so let me just go heat this pot up. And put in a 1/4 cup of olive oil. Ay, Dios mío. Oh my God, that's about all I have. I need to get me more olive oil. Shenanigans. So, 1 tablespoon, 2 tablespoons, 3 tablespoons, 4 tablespoons. That's just about the end of our olive oil. Need to buy more. But while that heats up, we need to get our meat going. How many hours are you doing? 1,000, it feels like. No, the cook itself, which is starting, sort of now. No, actually, after it starts simmering, is supposed to be 2.5 to 3 hours. And that means I'm late. So I hope I have enough time to cook this lovely piece of meat. This boneless chuck roast. Look at all that. If you are in the area, come on by. Because what is a Dutch oven? That is a good question. The actual answer, the culinary answer, is a pot with a lid, but basically one that's, you know, specifically meant for, you know, doing just this kind of thing. Usually it's, I see it kind of long, like a roasting pan with a lid. When I look at pictures, if you Google that. Wow, that's a lot of meat. And this is actually smaller than what I recommended, too. We're gonna have leftovers, so, you know, come on by. Also, I feel really guilty because this is, for a reason you will see shortly, is, one of our most expensive meals. Because this wasn't cheap, and that over there you're gonna see a little bit later. Drive over, yes! You drive over, you're closer. I wish you were. Come visit. We're gonna have visitors in the kitchen in 2 weeks. Or less, actually. So, that's gonna be interesting, because the husband won't be here. I'll be cooking for one or more other people without, like, the patient husband. Like a fishy kettle for beef. Yes. Now, the not-so-polite answer as to what is a Dutch oven is not polite. Not something you'd really say, but, you know, it's when someone's in bed with someone else and then they pull the covers over them and then they expel gas into the trapped person's face. So that's the joke, what is a Dutch oven? In case you're wondering. So we are taking our beef and we are coating it with the salt and pepper on both sides. I need to take a picture of that because this is now time for picture time with Cliffy. Okay. I'll rub that over as soon as I put that down. Okay. Yeah, clean hands. Okay. And over you go. Pepper, 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 pepper. And salt. Okay. So get that all rubbed in nicely. I never heard that. Oh, well, you know, we Americans come up with all sorts of lewd things. Yeah. I mean, I could have gone to my grave without knowing that one, but, you know, hey. If you watch enough, you know, comedy, you have to get the references otherwise. Although that can make for really awkward situations because, you know, watching all this stand-up comedy, and I was at work in a place that I once worked with coworkers, and I'd heard of a certain reference, and I said, "What is blank?" thinking it was an innocent thing, and everyone just like turned white as a ghost and were like, "You can't be talking about that at work," and I'm like, "I don't even know what it is." So it's duvet farting. Yeah. Okay, so now that we've got this covered, we're gonna brown the beef, and that means I'm gonna have to move you over there. But first I gotta wash my hands. And hold on, I gotta make some noise. Pardon the brief interruption. In fact, there's a TV show here called The Soup, which is a clip show. They show little clips of different TV shows, talk shows and reality shows and whatever, like the most ridiculous stuff, and they kind of make fun of the show in question. But for a while, that there was a TV show on a very, 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 very small little cable channel dedicated to sort of country living with this very, you know, country bumpkin sort of fellow. And he had a TV show called Dutch Oven, and the whole business with, wow, that's smoking too hot. I want it hot, but not that hot. But anyway, the whole episode, every time they'd show it, would just be like making jokes about what is a Dutch oven. Tongs. Okay, I think my meat. Okay, we're gonna brown it on all sides, and I don't see how it's gonna fit. This is gonna be a problem. This is going to be a problem because this just size. Size is an issue here. I don't know how this is going to work. I really, really don't. I mean, would a skillet be any better? So we're just looking to sear it, to brown it on all sides, as instructed. This pot seems very too small for this, but I don't know what else to do. It's gonna have to get covered with liquid. Oh, I need to take a picture of that. Hold that thought. No, no, no. No shadows. Okay, focus. No, not video. Okay. There. So this is where if I had an official Dutch oven that was long and skinny, maybe this would be working better. I gotta figure out how to lift this damn thing. Wow. Yeah, this is like getting tapped out of the bathtub. Well, it's definitely browned. Ow! Splatter. Also, part of the issue here are those bananas plastic. They've been there for weeks. We always have bananas. No, they're not plastic. We just go through them rather quickly and keep replacing them. And we have to make special trips to a particular market to buy them because I have a personal boycott on the Chiquita company. I do not want to buy Chiquita bananas. So I have to go to only the places that sell bananas that are not Chiquita. I don't like the company. Historically, they've done horrific things. More recently, they've done annoying things. Not that, you know, Dole is necessarily, like, better, but I know they're not the others, so. You asked about bananas, you got an answer about bananas. Okay, there's a little bit that still needs to be browned over here. But part of this part of it browning is to get some of the fat from the meat, apparently, into the pot for the next piece. It's not holding on the side that I want it to there. Okay. That's what I want. Yeah, we go through bananas a lot. There's a young man who, is probably not here right now, but met him on the Funky Fairies page, and now we're Snapchat buddies. And very nice fellow, nice gentleman, who apparently lives entirely on bananas. Because every Snapchat is of pictures of like 20 and 30 bunches of bananas that he's buying and making smoothies with. And the man is made entirely of potassium, I believe. Okay, I think that's sufficiently browned. Yes. So now we take you out of this. If I can grab it. Ay, ay, ay. No, I want it on a fresh plate. Okay. Caray. Levántate. Okay, hopefully it'll stick together if I go this way. No, not a good idea. Okay. We need reinforcements. Okay. Yowza. Down! Turn that down! I can hear you screaming right now. I did. I just did. Ow. Who's on bananas? Ow. Who's... Oh, you mean the person? Blake. Blake. Nice, funky fella. He was the first person I was on with Rob, and we were talking about Snapchat. He said, I'll be your Snapchat buddy, so now we're Snapchat buddies. So, and he's popped on here once or twice, but you know, he's A, probably busy, and B, probably not into the whole meat thing. Okay, hopefully that cooled down a smidge. Okay, so next are do bananas unlike garlic or real? Unlike the both bananas and the garlic are real. So we are going to very quickly start adding stuff to the pan, starting with our bacon. So bacon into the oil that's already in there. And we're at about 3 minutes on this, on the bacon. I didn't realize Blake was into bananas. Yes, lives entirely on bananas. Bananas and rice. Rice and bananas. Apparently it is enough. You can live without bacon. He said as he cooked bacon. Okay, 3 minutes on this. I gotta make sure I took a picture of the meat. No, I didn't. Okay. So 3 minutes on our bacon here to kind of render some of the fat. Anthony Gilmore, my good man, how are you? How are you? I just so love your Instagram. If you're on Instagram, you need to find Anthony. He takes the most lovely pictures of pastoral England and Worcestershire, or what's the habit? There. Lovely, lovely stuff. And I'm here in the searing heat. I'm thinking of sweater weather. I wish it was sweater weather. But then soon enough that you'll be up to your eyeballs in snow, and I'll be like, wow, it's beautiful, I can go outside. So, you know, you take the good, you take the bad. You take the both. And then you have the facts of life. Right now, you can't even see, can you? Good gosh. Okay, let's try to get you in there so you can see what's happening here. Let's move our tea kettle out of the way. Don't fall over. Okay. So you can see what is happening in there. Thank you for the restream, Anthony, by the way. So that's about... did I take a picture of that? No, I did not. Bacon in the oil. Okay. And after the bacon, we're going to add the rest of our vegetables. So let me get those lined up here. That's our onions, our carrots, and our celery in rapid succession. So that would be about now. Bacon, yummy. Yes. Don't eat too much of it. Bacon is a sometimes food. Apparently when you read about food of Slovakia, one thing is it is not a low-calorie food. And apparently not inexpensive either from, well, depending how you go about it. From what I gathered, it's not the most fertile country in the world, so a lot of their food is imported, which presents an issue. And traditionally, sort of peasant food would be very, stretching the meat as far as you could. So there's a lot of dishes that involve offal, O-F-F-A-L, offal, which would be, I saw things with pork heads and pork stomachs and lungs and, whole pork head. And, not only is that kind of intimidating, I wasn't really sure I wanted to do that because I'd have to go quite a ways to find said items, and then they'd have to cook for so long to be sort of edible. Thanks for the kind words about my pictures. Well, they were just wonderful. I think I'm falling in the pot. So now we're supposed to cook these until they're caramelized, which says about 10 minutes, which if you know anything about cooking, and I've been reading about this, is bourgeois. Caramelizing onions taking 10 minutes is, as they say in the vernacular, a load of hooey. To caramelize onions takes a crazy, crazy, crazy long time. And recipes are always saying, oh, 10 minutes. And then chefs are saying, it's not 10 minutes. So I'm going to give it 10 minutes because I don't have all day. Because again, 3-hour cook, 6, 7, 8. We'd be cooking at eating at 8:30, which is way too late. So it's going to be 2.5 hours. Hopefully that'll be enough to make the magic happen here. Who knew I had to start another hour earlier? I wouldn't have been able to do it. I wouldn't have been able to go to the grocery store. We'd be sitting here staring at me describing a recipe. Which I'm doing already, but only without food. Okay, hold that thought. Moment for the pause that refreshes. You know, poor cat, the second I take out the bowls and he hears the metal clang, just for a half a second, he says, oh crap, it's starting, and he runs for the hills. So he doesn't get to eat for hours. Well, I'm in here doing all this. Oh, so good seeing you guys. Oh, and by the way, if you want to be my Snapchat buddy, first follow me on Twitter at Cliffyland, and then DM me, and I will DM you my my Snapchat name. When I selected it, I wasn't thinking of it in terms of the Cliffyland thing. I was thinking of it more a personal way, but you know, get inside the mind of someone who's learning to cook. Speaking of the Food and Wine Festival at Disney, it is happening now, and we're going to be there soon to sample the wares. It was very cool when I first went there in 2012. I had just gotten through maybe like Argentina. So in the A's, I was in like country number, what, 9? Yeah, just done country number 9, Argentina. So I went around the different booths eating, and I was like, oh, Argentina, I just did something like that, blah, blah, blah. Kathy, thank you for the restream. 21.28 here, Rob, just cooking dinner. Oh, Rob, just cooking dinner. Wait a minute, you're cooking dinner now? That's quite late, isn't it? That's very late. Love the sound of that sizzle. Thank you. So it said 10 minutes to caramelize. I personally don't believe it. I don't believe it, but, you know, also running low on time. Because this has to simmer for an insane amount of time. Speaking of things that are insane, you're going to see our next ingredient, or one of our next ingredients, right now. So when I told you it is called a beef braised in Barolo, Brasato al Barolo, I am not a, was it onophile? I'm not a wine guy. So I did not know that Barolo is Barolo, which is a type of wine from the Piedmont region, bottled in Monlaruso, Italy, and apparently it's not cheap either. So that magic ingredient is what makes this probably one of our more expensive meals ever. So, it damn well better be good. So, I have to like texting the husband saying, don't rush home from the gym. Because the last couple times he's been like, I got home. It's like, oh, the food's already ready. I've been waiting. And then it's like, oh, I got home. It's like, oh, it'll be an hour before dinner's ready. Go figure. How is everybody doing? Was that? Wow, that's a whole bunch of you. Yeah. Depends on the scarcity of daytime programming on Meerkat. I wonder if that's the case. The times I keep popping in, I'm like, yeah. You know, you can only look at a doc, so you know, for so many seconds before you're like, okay, I've seen it. Static feeds. And you know what? I really don't want to go to Periscope. I really, really don't. I love you people. What is the little dancing? I can't see what that is. I think the 10 minutes is just to get the onions brownish. Yeah, so caramelized is a lie. Brownish, you know. Brownish, yes. Caramelized, no. Or are they brownish? They're a little bit brownish. Just a little bit more. I'd like to speed that along, but no. Okay, so after I do that, oh, which brings us back to our wine. Yes, static streams are getting boring. Yeah, I know. I feel so bad, you know, because I love my meerkat. I love my meerkat people and stuff, and I just, you know, it's kind of sad. I'm assuming there's a cork in there. I'm gonna take that off you for a minute, and we'll get to see here. But I'm not gonna have to worry about getting the cork back on this sucker because it's using the entire freaking bottle. In fact, I thought I found a bottle that was sort of like reasonably priced, and I went to the checkout, and it wouldn't ring up. And then the owner came out to the clerk and was saying, "There's no way that that's what that price is. No, that's not what that is. That's something else. That's mislabeled, blah, 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 this." And I'm like, "Oh, well, what's the cheapest bottle you have?" And she says this, and I'm thinking, oh dear, that's more than I really wanted to pay. So this demo better be good. Better be worth it. You know, we haven't been going out to restaurants a lot lately. Mostly because we don't need to. Because I've been making some dishes that actually I've enjoyed better than restaurants. In fact, we went out to a restaurant this past weekend. And, I become one of these, like, picky people going, you know what? The problem with this is that this, was sitting too long or, was prepared earlier or something. And, I don't Yelp about it, but I am becoming that guy. Okay, I say that's ready. We're going to add the garlic here. So this is going to go in for 30 seconds. What wine is it? It's called Barolo. Barolo. It's Monte degli Angeli. Barolo. Demoniazione di origine controllata e garantia. 2011 red wine product of Italy. Barolo. Good. Done. Good. From one clip to another. How are you doing? Garlic going in now for just a few seconds until fragrant. I think we've moved on to different Slovenian music in the background. Nope, still same one. Okay, so about a few seconds on the garlic. Ah yes, you've become a food snob. Welcome to the club. I mean, we went to the restaurant, Mexican restaurant, and now I tend to purposely only go to like the most exotic thing I can find. Mexican is like, if it's like real Mexican, then I'm all over it. And so I went there and we sat down, and I really wasn't caring. And the server comes over and says, "Just to let you know, there's a real authentic Mexican restaurant with a Mexican chef and the real Mexican food." And I was thinking, wow, I wasn't expecting that. And then I opened the menu, I looked at it, and I went, no, that's not real Mexican. That's like American Mexican, like all over it. So, it's the audience. Really been on Malbec, loving them. I do like that. I'm not a big wine guy, but I do like a Malbec. I'm not a huge fan of restaurant eating. We used to go to restaurants like crazy all the time. Okay, so here goes the awkward part, which means I gotta get that big slab of meat back in here. So we're gonna try this, and thankfully, I mean, while this was, a big piece of meat and cost a decent amount of money, it wasn't as expensive as a bone-in chuck roast. So there's that. I don't want to splash it. I really don't. Getting there, sliding nice for me, baby. Thank you. Okay. All right. And try to smash you in there. I don't know if I should necessarily try to cover it with what's underneath it. Zuselman, thank you for the like and the restream. You've given the Slavs a lot of coverage. No kidding. I really did not think I would be doing that. Because I thought, how am I going to? I've done every other Baltic nation. So, who knows what happens when I get to Ukraine. Okay, so we've added that, and we're going to add the entire bottle of the crazy expensive Barolo wine. So let's document this for posterity. Wine we sacrifice unto the entire bottle. In fact, the recipe said 1.5 bottles, and I was thinking that, my good friend, is not happening. It's not going to be 1.5 bottles. Not now, not ever. You're gonna have to deal with 1 bottle, because that's all we've got. Wait till the UK comes up. Yes. Yes, that will be sometime in the spring, early summer, UK week. So, you know, bank on it. Okay, so now that we've got our wine in there, we're gonna add 2 cups of beef stock. And I have beef stock hither and yon. But do I have 2 cups worth? I bought more just in case. So 2 cups. Whole bottle, cheers indeed. And sort of the premise of this is that it's the slow cook that whole stinking bottle. Indeed, 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 indeed. Whole bottle. Well, it's a good thing we drink the whole bottle because we really don't drink wine here as a rule. So it would just be sitting there, you know, going to waste otherwise. So I'm glad I have more beef stock, and I bought extra. Okay, yay. So 2 cups of beef stock going on top of the wine. Go head off for dinner. Okay. Enjoy your dinner, Vicky. I love you guys. See you soon. Snapping away, making faces. Roar. Okay. So somebody twittered me. So let me clean up this little spillage here. Okay, so we've got our 2 cups of beef stock. Ow, stop, shush. Shush. Okay, this is trash, and that's garbage. Okay, next we're going to add our cloves. Let me get all this other stuff over here. All right, so we're gonna add our whole cloves over yonder. Whole cloves going in like that. Whole cloves in. Then our rosemary. Rosemary right there. Rosemary going here. Into the drink. And our bay leaves. Our bay leaves right there. And our cinnamon stick. Stick o' cinnamon. Okay, and then we're gonna bring it to a boil and then reduce it. So let me give that a little stir. And then we're gonna cover it, so I need to get the lid on that. David Dorian, my good man, thank you for the restream. Tai Chi to you too. Bring to boil. I need to find me a lid. I need to find a lid for my pot, because it's going to have to simmer for 3 hours, but not 3 hours. Because I am so slow, it's not going to be 3 hours. I hope it tastes as good as it should in 2.5 hours. Or less. Because I ain't got that kind of time. I could have started at 3 in the afternoon, but then I couldn't have run. Trade-offs. Ay, otra vez con esto. What is this called? This is called, it's a Northern Italian, so, you know, crossover with Slovenia there. It's called Brasato al Barolo, which is beef braised in Barolo, which is Barolo is the wine. So it's beef braised in Barolo. So that is what this is, and it's going to sit there forever and a day. But first I gotta bring it to a boil, and then I gotta lower it, and then I have to occasionally go turn it and check it and all that good stuff. And maybe get the gook off the top once in a while. I keep getting twittered on something here. Oh, it's probably just the usual. Is it coming to a boil? Maybe it is. A little bit. Almost. So, that had beef broth in it. This is a little bit's going back in the fridge. And then we move on to the scary part, which is dish number 2. It's coming along. Now it's just going to sit there and braise. Oh my god. Yeah, for a long time, but even after the 3 hours, there's stuff to do. Which takes about 10 minutes or so at the end. So yeah, like I said, epic long. I proved that to you. I will prove it to you now. Crazy long time. More twittering. Okay. Is it coming to a boil? Yes, it's sort of bubbling. So I'm gonna lower it to simmer, and then it's gonna sit. And it is going to evaporate a lot. So in that time that it evaporates, about up to 2 more cups of the beef broth go back in. So that's why I bought more beef broth. And I have more beef broth. Beef broth for one and all. So, I have been procrastinating the next part, our second dish, in my head, because it has that thing that I just love so much. No, it's not a whole raw chicken. It's 2 of my other favorite things to deal with in the whole wide world. Okay. Yeah, it involves flour. It's going to involve flour. And now, from what I can tell, the second dish, which is called, and I apologize to all the Slovenes of the world for my pronunciation. It's Idrija Žlikrofi, which is sort of like beef broth. Beef broth. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Boil the beef broth. Boil the beef. No, I can't do it. I also can't say the sushi chalet. We ate today at the sushi chalet. I cannot say that quickly. The sushi chalet. It does not work for me. Puerto Rican masale. It's like I get Puerto Rican all over. Poured all over everything. Okay. So, say. Okay. Okay, here is the moment of truth, again with the flour. So we're making these kind of ravioli. If I could spell that, it would be great. Happens. Happens when you write with your thumbs. Cannot be avoided. Okay. Okay, again, anytime I'm facing flour, I'm just always like Ed Norton trying to sign a check. Mix 1 cup of flour, 2 eggs. Okay. There's no way to do it, but just to do it. Gotta get her done. I have allegedly 3 hours, but not. I had no idea I'd have to start an hour before I thought I'd have to start. Oh well. Okay, this dish, this Idrija Žlikrofi, involves flour and eggs and oil and milk and such, and you look for recipes for it, and it tells you different things. Especially doesn't tell you how much of the oil and milk and salt in the dough. It's kind of a basic thing, I know, but I need the instruction. The one recipe other recipe that I found had like 3 cups of flour, and I made like 83 of them, and I'm thinking that's going to be way too much. This one I found calls for 1 cup of flour, so I'm hoping it makes very few. I got you, Tammy. Makes a few. So here goes. I never thought I would go through a whole bunch of flour. I really never thought that would happen. But I have gone through, I can't even count how many bags of flour I have gone through in this process now. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, and you're welcome. 1 cup of flour. I hate things that make a mess. Really, really do. So, in fact, when I started using this tub, it was the greatest thing. Technically, it's meant for cereal, but I was using the bags, and it was in the bags, and it was going everywhere, and now I'm happy I got this happening. Okay. I'm sure someone will tell me, oh, being in plastic is a bad thing or something. So here we go, 1 cup of flour coming right up. Also, if you saw on Sunday, I made I think it's called burek, the sort of spiral meat pie. I could have sworn, I knew I had done something like that previously for Georgia with cheese. And I knew I did something like that for Belgium, which was something of a disaster. But once I tasted that sucker, I was like, oh my god, I know I've definitely made this exact thing before. And I went through my blog and I cannot find it. I cannot tell you what country it was I made that same damn dish, but it tasted just the same, and it was okay. It was very filling and not the tastiest thing in the world, which was kind of a shame, because, you saw me go through making the pasta, which is what I'm procrastinating about doing right now while I'm talking. But I can't help it. I need to break 2 eggs, and I need to just do it. Just do it. Our last 2 eggs. Our last 2 eggs. 6:30 p.m., 50 more minutes, ugh. What time is your hair appointment? Okay. So, eggs. These are our last 2 eggs. So, they have sacrificed their little egg lives for this. Honor your protein, as Tom Colicchio would say. Okay. So, eggs. Phooey. Oh well. Oh, there's a chunk. I have to find that. I need a fork to find that. You're under there somewhere. I saw you. Little shell. Come back. There you are. I hate eggs. I hate dealing with eggs. It's just a pain in the butt. Eggs. Okay. So then it doesn't say how much oil and milk. So if you have an idea right now, tell me exactly how much oil and milk to add, because it didn't say. I'm guessing like a teaspoon of oil and a splash of milk. I'm thinking. We use the last of our vegetable oil, our olive oil, I guess. Hope I'm just not missing anything in the middle of the conversation here. So, okay, that's what that looks like. And let me get my spatula. But I still have left over that burek in the fridge, and I'm not really excited about having it. If I'm being honest. Okay, oil. And also the milk we don't have is like full fat milk. It's like low fat milk because when I'm not cooking, I have the no fat milk. When I am cooking, I want the full fat milk. And no oil is coming out. Here you are. That's not very much oil. Lol. Okay, that is the end of Mr. Olive Oil. I hope that is enough, because that's all we've got. Light oil, gradually add milk until right consistency. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, also said a pinch of salt, so I gotta get my salt over here. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Get my milk ready. Okay. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, splash of milk, pinch of salt. So you say, well, I'm gonna start mixing then. And, yeah. So I hate flour. Make all messy. Me no like. Okay. A little bit of that. Okay, we've moved on to the Ljubljana Symphony Orchestra. Milk. Splash of milk. And then the pinch of salt. Might be a big pinch. Because you can't tell the difference between milk and salt when you take a picture. Okay. And so we're getting this together and then knead it for at least 10 minutes. So at this point, you know, considering how long that sucker is going to take, I'm not terribly stressed on the time on this one. Like I said, it only said 1 cup of flour, so I'm hoping it doesn't make too many of them. Also, in the part that you'll see later about, you know, basically making the, we'll call it ravioli, the instructions were so confusing. It was like one sentence, and I was reading it over and over and over again, going, I don't understand. I don't understand. Am I supposed to make 2, you know, sheets of pasta and lay one on top of the other? I don't understand. And then, you know, after reading it over and over and over again, I finally realized, oh, it's supposed to be one thin rectangle of pasta. And then you fold it over. See, the words fold it over were never in the instruction, in any instruction on any recipe. But it said cut the whatever lengthwise. And I said, well, what about, you know, the other way? And then it finally dawned upon me. It's like, oh, it's because it's only supposed to be narrow. I don't know how you roll something out into a narrow thingamabob, which is our next challenge. So knead. I guess I can knead it in there. Oh, that's looking good. Oh, thank you, Kathy. See, you know a lot more about baking than I do. I'm just been doing it for the few times I've had to for this, and you know, most of the time it's been kind of an embarrassment. Although it hasn't been quite so bad lately, I shouldn't be so bad on myself now. That's a rather small ball of dough. So knead for at least 10 minutes. That's what it says. Dashi, my good man, thank you for the restream. I'm kneading it in here because I don't want to mess up my counter anymore. I hope that's not wrong. Is that so wrong? Beethoven Symphony No. 5, obviously. It is the Ljubljana Symphony Orchestra. Himes, thank you for the like and the restream. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, Dashi. How's it going? Are you still in Virginia, or are you finally down this way? Or are you just wanting to come down this way and imagining life where you can wear flip-flops year round? Because people do. You're doing great, Cliffy. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, thank you. Hi, person. Yes. I wasn't counting the time. 10 minutes, eh? 6. So maybe another 4. Still in Virginia. Okie dokie. But you said you're going to be winding up in Orlando. Like I was saying before, I'm going to be going to the Food and Wine Festival there quite soon. So I'm going to be tasting all the stuff from all the different countries. Like I said, the first time I went, it was like the only thing they had there that I already cooked was Argentina. And I went, oh yes, I made, I tried to make a whatever here, and oh, that tastes really good. And now I need to remember to, when I get to country X, to, if Canadians out there, if it's too sticky, add a bit of flour to your hands. Okay, good. It's not terrible. It's a little sticky. You're right. It is sticky. I need to get the damn flour out again, which I did not want. Okay. And meanwhile, our beef is bubbling away. I'll take care of you later. Oh my god, that smells so good! Holy moly! Oh wow, that smells good. Oh my god, that smells so good. Wow. Oh, you're gonna love that. You are. You're gonna love that. You're gonna smell. You can smell so good. You can smell through the screen. I mean, really smells good. Okay, back to kneading. That's right. Thank you. Simple tips that to more experienced people are hugely obvious. To me, not so much. Okay. So thankfully, this apparently doesn't make too much, which is good, because I can't have too many leftovers. And considering there's a talent that one's supposed to have in making these, and it says, experience and and I'm like, yeah, I don't. This is my first shot at it. So they're supposed to not look like raviolis. They're supposed to look like little purses with a little indentation on them. So we're gonna see how that goes. Oh, Cliff, you stop teasing us. It is so good. I mean, even with the lid now, I think it's worth spending the money on the wine. I mean, I think it smells that good. Okay. 10 minutes, they tell me. And then it has to rest for at least half an hour, which is what the next part is. And I need to go and address you. I need to put this milk away. Also, vis-a-vis the, maybe you can help me out here. The consistency looks perfect. Oh, good. The stuffing for this, for these raviolis, we'll call them, is gonna be potatoes, which you're gonna do, like, right now. But then the onions, which are sitting right behind me, and the chives, which are there, and the marjoram, which is there, but the bacon that's in the fridge. And the bacon is chopped, but it's not cooked. So my question is, these are going to be boiled. These little dumpling-y kind of things are going to be boiled in salted water for about 12 minutes, which is not going to happen for a long time. But they're going to be boiled for 12 minutes. I am assuming the bacon cooks inside there. It did not say anything about, cooking the bacon first. Should I cook the bacon first? I got the time. I can. I mean, assuming the onions cook in there, that one seems, simple enough. It's gotten sticky again. But it's time. It's weird. Why did it get all sticky again? Another little dusting. Just another little dusting. Getting all too sticky again. Thank you for that tip. Okay. Okay, activate them glutens. This is not a gluten-free vegetarian dinner in any world. Okay. So, we're about 10 minutes in on the kneading. No, cook the bacon first. Thank you. I would fry the bacon and onion. Oh, good. Thank you. Well, like I said, I got the time. I got the time. If you got the time, we got the beer. Okay. So, we are going to let that rest, and let me wash my hands first. And now I had seen, about this proofing. Now I know proofing is what's happening. Proofing the dough. About covering it in plastic and so on and so forth. But one country that I was cooking something involving dough gave an interesting tip regarding the plastic. It didn't say covered in plastic, it said wrap the actual dough in plastic. So I'm going to do that. I don't know what magic it is that the plastic does. Again, baking is not my strong suit. But we're wrapping it in plastic. Thank you for the follow, Sebastian. What are you doing? Sounds good. Well, back behind me is the incredibly smelling beef braised in Barolo, or in Italian, one more time, Brasato al Barolo. And then these the sort of dumplingy ravioli type things, the national thing of Slovenia is the Idrija Žlikrofi. So got to go get your hair done. I'll check back later. I will still be here. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much for your help. So that is the two things that we're making. So while I've got that wrapping in plastic and sitting there for half an hour, and this can be washed, blah, 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 I need to go address the amazing smell that's behind me, which you won't believe. I wish you could smell this. I mean, it smells so stinking good. So this is back to our beef braised in Barolo. Here, that's it there, and it is bubbling. And so we're going to. Is there any scum on top too? No, there is not. So we're going to take your wula and you flip it. I'm going to try to take this chunk of meat and flip it around. Now that I hope it's gotten a little smaller. Yay. And, oh, that smell is just freaking amazing. Now, okay, here's the thing. The stuff evaporates, obviously. The wine evaporates, obviously. It says that the beef will, do that. Ergo, add up to 2 cups more of the beef broth. So, that's the little that's left on that one. And we have one more unopened thing. It looks amazing as well. It is. This smells like, wow. It smells like you want to book a trip right now. Get yourself to Slovenia. Or northern Italy. In this case, have yourself some beef braised in Barolo. The Barolo, the wine, it's covered, a whole bottle of wine. If you missed it before, a whole bottle of wine is in here. And from that smell, it's worth the price of the not cheap wine. Just saying. I don't want to add too much, but this keeps poking its whole face out because it's so big. Maybe a little more. I don't want to add too much because eventually it's going to have to reduce into a sauce and then there'll be too much. So I'm going to say that's okay. Okay. The lid goes back on. Next comes the potatoes. Taters. Hold that thought. Stubborn bits of flour stuck to my hand. So taters. It said about, well, you'll be okay. Potatoes. I have my potatoes in my hot little hand. I'm gonna move you back over here because it said dippity-dippity-doo, a pound of potatoes. And I know that's not too many. Again, thankfully, this particular recipe looks like it's kind of light on the size, on the volume, so it doesn't serve like a million people. So we're looking for a pound of potatoes, which hopefully I have a small one. Yeah. How about? That's just about a pound. So a pound of potatoes, and again, I keep raving about this website, the tasting table, but I'm not, you know, I do this, but you know, I didn't come into this like being a foodie, so you know, I was not like the guy who was like on Pinterest or watching the Food Network or any of that stuff. Not that everything is, it just wasn't me. So, but this website, I'm like, wow, that's so great. I love this site. But I just saw a thing, an obvious thing that I kind of had seen before to an extent about potatoes. So rather than peel them first to do a trick, which you probably already know, but first I want to wash them because, you know, that's what I'm doing. The premise being that from the skin, that is not about the washing, it's about what I'm about to do, that the flavor of the potatoes, a lot of it is under the skin. So we're trying to preserve that flavor by doing the following. Okay, by doing this, by taking the potato and then scoring around the center of the potato. Now, the problem with me, the last time I tried to do something like this, was that I couldn't tell where I got to the other end. Because I can't see it. So I'm hoping I got all the way around. I hope I got all the way around. Looks good, must go. Have a good one. You too, Anthony. Thank you so much for coming by. I very much appreciate it. So we've got our potato that we've sort of scored. Now I'm going to boil it in salted water as usual. Okay. So, water. Can you see? I'll move you in a second. I'm gonna put this in the back. Back one, lower filament. Okay, salted water. Salt is right here. Yeah, it comes this way. Okay, so over here, salted water, and into which we're going to boil our potatoes. I don't need my corkscrew anymore. I've done your job ably. Okay. Be right back. Watch that water boil. You'll enjoy it. It's very exciting. Okay. So, sorry about the whole white balance thing. It's just kind of the way the phone works. So, potatoes. Gonna boil in the water. Ah, nuts. Need more water. Okay, fine. Covered in water. All right. So while that boils, which supposedly would happen in 15 minutes or so, I'm going to take your advice regarding the bacon and onions. So they're I'm gonna wing this one because I'm gonna need the other skillet later. Do I want to use this one? I don't think I want to use this one. Just thinking about the stuff on the sides. How about you? Okay, so this time hey Seville, you restreamed, thank you. You said bacon and such, and bacon's gonna happen. Bacon's gonna get cooked. I'm gonna cook the bacon, I'm gonna fry the onions, so that will be cooked. In fact, going off the same concept, the thing we did on today's Tuesday, on Sunday, the barek, the rolled meat thing, well, it tasted okay. The husband and I both had the same thought, that it would have been better if the meat had been cooked first, because it tasted a little, a little on the tartar side, and it was kind of, it wasn't really all that great, which is why I wasn't rushing home to have leftovers for lunch, so I had no lunch. So I ain't eating no lunch, making room for dinner. So heating up that oil right there and making the potatoes, and this had what in it? This had something in it. Probably potatoes. Bacon takes longer to cook. Longer to cook than the potatoes, or longer to cook in general than the, because the beef roll thing, that did not have bacon in it. That had onions and chopped beef. The bacon that we used last time was on the cracklings on top of the... I've had so many dishes. It was something on Friday, or maybe it was last week. I don't even know. My head is just all like that. So I need to get me another spatula for you. So I want this to sizzle. So bacon, then, yeah, bacon first, then onion. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna. Does it matter if I do them together? I mean, they're gonna wind up together, right? Well, you tell me. Bacon. Cook the onion in the bacon fat. You will go back in here. Yes, let me wash you first. Thanks for the tip. But I just imagine, like bacon boiled in a dumpling for 12 minutes. Will it be cooked? Then onion. Yes. Cleaning to do. I feel like texting the husband saying, listen, don't rush home. If you want, we can eat, you know, an hour later. But these dumplings, this is for the thank you, Anne-Marie. The stuffing on the thingamabobs, on the ravioli-ish thingies. So that's what the potatoes and the bacon and the onions are about. But in any case, it said, you know, take and then make little, which reminds me, it said chestnut size? No, this one recipe didn't say the size of the bowls of stuffing at all, which is a problem. And then another recipe I saw said chestnut size bowl. And I mean, that's really lovely. I don't know how big that is. Is that J-Hop or J-Hop? Thank you for the restream. So frying more bacon. What a week to be eating bacon, right? Everyone watching the news? The 1 week that I'm eating bacon. This is not halal. She not kosher. But you know, we wind up eating like sometimes it's weeks upon weeks of Muslim nations where their pork is not, you know, even on the horizon. And then there's other nations like pork in everything. Oh, that was part of the issue. Lola, thank you for the like and the restream. As I mentioned before, when I started this project over 3 years ago, my husband, it was an adventurous eater, I told him you get one veto. You get one veto on one food item and one food item only. And he used his veto on sauerkraut. Because he just will never, ever, 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 ever eat sauerkraut. And I know it's silly because he's eaten all sorts of other things with cabbage, etc., but not sauerkraut. Oddly enough, the Slavic nations really do love them some sauerkraut. Got a dash is looking delish. Bye, Cliffy. Yes, bye, Tammy. See you on the other side. So, onions and bacon, which will be our stuffing, while our potatoes boil for not long enough. But, you know, we got time. We got time. Because that beef right here is going to take forever more. So, I figured this would be a good time to cook a dish that I'm not in a rush. Because the other thing is going slowly. And when I was thinking of making that dish, I said, maybe I don't feel like doing something else. You know? Should I just leave the, you know, camera on the pot and walk away? That wouldn't be cool. For 3 hours, or just say, okay, it's going to be there for 3 hours, cut off the stream and say, come back in 3 hours to watch the unveiling. I don't know. So I decided instead I would grace you all with my presence and deliver a second dish that I had no idea how long it would take to cook because of how long it takes to boil water and boil potatoes and make these dumplingy, stuffingy kind of things. So, I'm cooking the onions and the bacon as per suggested. That's going to wind up in a bowl over yonder. The potatoes, the water is still not boiling. So I'm thinking 12 minutes once it starts boiling. And again, not in a rush. Not in a rush. I'm even going to get time to do the dishes. He's going to come home and say, it's all done, smells great. Oh my god, the dishes are already done. What? What? My best Will Forte impression. What? Anybody watch that Last Man on Earth show? It's good. I can see how someone would not like it, but I like it. They did make his character very unlikable. So if you can stand watching a very unlikable character, good job. Last Man on Earth, Will Forte. SNL veteran. It's in a great movie called Nebraska. Kind of dry, dark, serious movie. If you have a dad, watch it with him. Clippy's movie picks while cooking. Okay, don't want to overcook this. Okay, I think that's good enough. Let me get some paper towels. I think that's called for. The drain on the paper towels. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Maybe a little more. I'm never going to cook in the dumplings. This reminds me of old Julia Child beef bourguignon. Third time's a charm. Yes, and I'm trying to figure out exactly your reference. Bob, I believe it is. Hello, hello, hello. Save the liver. Save the liver. Oh, I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Oh, you know, I mentioned before when I was in DC a few weeks ago, went to the Museum of American History, and they have there, in toto, Julia Child's actual kitchen. They have her entire kitchen, top to bottom. You can kind of step into her kitchen. You see how they made everything, you know, like about a foot taller, because she was a tall woman. You can stand next to a cutout of Julia Child, and she towers over me. But you see the racks on the top, where the cameras for a show would kind of go back and forth. And there's a whole thing of, I assume they dealt with this in the movie Julia and Julia, where she wanted everything out where you could see it, and, you know, like a French kitchen. And so there was a diagram of where, like, each pot and whatever was hanging on a peg on the wall. And since, you know, you have to step into the kitchen, they have kind of taken one wall out, but they have glass where the wall would be, and on the glass is the diagram of where every pot and, you know, pot and pan would be hanging. And then if you look behind you, the pots and pans are actually hanging on the wall behind you. So it's very cool to see. And I was glad I got to do that. In fact, this should cool off. In fact, I wonder if I can, since I'm waiting for something to happen. I wonder, since we're waiting on those potatoes to boil, I wonder if I can show you a picture. I wonder how far back this goes. It's probably not far back enough. Nope. Sorry, can't do it. I'd like to see that. I've seen a movie a few times. It is really lovely. If you are in DC, make sure you stop there. It's, I mean, everyone else loves the Air and Space Museum, and I have nothing against the Air and Space Museum. That's just not my particular, you know, passion. But the Museum of American History is. And so I love seeing, you know, the pop culture artifacts, Archie and Edith's chair from All in the Family. Some of the stuff that I know is there wasn't there on display. Yeah, I know they have to rotate things, but I didn't get to see Fonzie's jacket or Ted Baxter's jacket. But they have the microphone from The Daily Show, and the museum, the news museum, which is not free, not part of the Smithsonian, has the on notice board from The Daily Show, from the Colbert Report, and they have, I believe, they have Jon Stewart's desk also from The Daily Show. So, in case you're planning a trip to DC anytime soon, and you are an aficionado of such things as I am. Of course, the Smithsonian has the ruby slippers from the Wizard of Oz, which are there. Still waiting for those potatoes to boil. So, clearing out some stuff in the sink while we do that. So, Rubba. But DC was fun. Been traveling a good deal recently. Thankfully, it's going to chill out, except for this little jaunt to the Food and Wine Festival. Oh, I was mentioning the half marathon. Gotta run. Good luck with the dish. Thank you, Hector. Thank you so much for everything. Mary telling more stuff. You know what? I was trying to remember. I know they have the Ted Knight jacket, but they don't have it on display right now. I think that's the only Mary Tyler Moore thing that they have. I can't think of something else. They don't have a beret or something like that. But there's also the Spy Museum, if you're into that kind of thing. It's, again, not part of the Smithsonian. There's kind of a burgeoning industry in, like, pay museums, not federal museums in D.C. And the Spy Museum is one of those. But that's make a day of it. It's if you've already seen all the other stuff. You learn about all sorts of stuff. Julia Child. Julia Child was a spy. I bet you did not know that Julia Child was a spy. But she was. During World War II. So check that out. Google it. The bust I saw from Mary Tyler Moore, she was a tiny woman. She is a very tiny mob stuff. Mob. There is mob stuff at the, now that you mention it, at the Museum of American History, as I recall, but I'm kind of fuzzy on it, because it didn't have too much time this last time. But the Spy Museum has got all sorts of stuff. But yes, Julia Child was a spy during the World War II. I bet you did not know that. Or maybe you did. But yes, there's information about her there, and if you go through the museum enough, eventually you get to the part that I grooved on, in addition to the rest of it, which is the pop culture-y kind of stuff. So you have like James Bond stuff all over. You have the Get Smart, Man from U.N.C.L.E. stuff. Is that where she met Paul, her husband? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, but I mean, Google it. It's out there. I did. No, did not know that. Oh, you did. Yes. Good. Yeah, it was kind of wild. About that. But I also watched The Americans on FX, which if you're not watching it, you should get it on Netflix. Watch it. Ken is your first name Ken? Kenny, thank you for the like and the restream there. Let me give you a follow back. Follow back, y'all. Yes, if you watch FX, The Americans, probably the best show currently running on television. And it's a criminal that, I mean, every year it's like, why has it not been nominated for Emmys? But it's about two people who are sort of live-in agents for the Soviets during the early 80s, and it's really wild. But they have lots of wigs. There were tons of wigs, and you can see some of the wigs on display there in the Spy Museum, which was kind of cool. Okay, let's see if these potatoes are done. Seed, Seed, thank you for the like and the restream. Our potatoes, I hope, are ready. They better be. So, I don't know if you can see, that's the top of the range. Those are potatoes that are boiling. Let me see if they're fork thing. And also our dough is sort of ready too. Been trying to avoid that one too. Not so much. See, this is why I don't like boiling potatoes whole. No, it's gonna take longer. The boiling too high, probably. Okay, meanwhile, over here in this neck of the woods, in beef Barolo land, we have our beef in Barolo still a-going. I don't see any sort of scum gathering on top. And I'm going to flip it again. This smells So ridiculously good. Can't stand it. So good. So good. Mmm. I'm gonna die. It's so good. I'm gonna jump in there with it. You will be inside of me. I'm kind of afraid to add more broth because I think I've kind of hit my 2 more cups limit, or what I think was the limit. I know it's still supposed to stay covered and it has a long time to go. Oh, screw it, I'll add more. I'll add more. Don't fall. There's beef stock. I hope I didn't add too much because it's going to have to reduce. After it's all over, it's going to have to reduce. That. So our potatoes, meanwhile, are back there. Our dough is... I hate dealing with dough. I really do. I'm gonna let that rest some more. Might as well clean off the surface I'm gonna need for the dough while those potatoes boil eventually. I'm going to clean this whole area off. I need to make sure I have enough juice. Don't want to get cut off. Last week I got cut off once, and I don't know if it's because of what happened. Something tells me that my phone automatically joined the Xfinity Wi-Fi, which is like, you know, in the air, instead of my own, and I didn't even notice, and that was a bad thing. Okay, cleaning, so we can get to our pasta. I'm so wrecked about this thing because it said to roll it into a rectangle. All it said was a rectangle. Did not say, you know, what kind of a rectangle. See, this right here is a rectangle. I think what they want is a rectangle like that. This is actually a pretty decent guide. Because what's going to happen is once I roll it out, it says to put the little chestnut-sized pieces of the dough, of the stuffing, 3 centimeters. The metric system. The metric system let me down. 3 centimeters, which is metric. Is this metric? Those are inches. These are... That can't be. Those are 3 inches. Do I have metric on here? I have a ruler. Because I have no concept. I have no concept. Okay. Okay, 3 centimeters from the edge. So it's basically about 1 inch from the edge. So the stuffing goes in there, and then it says, then take the other piece of the dough and put it on top. I said, what other piece? You didn't tell me about another piece. It finally dawned upon me what they meant was to do this. And then to cut it thusly. To make this. But how I roll something out into this shape is the part I have no idea. Thankfully I have plenty of time to figure it out. Plenty of time to figure it out. But first we clean. Because we're going to need to get this all down here. Mirror, my good woman, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. I haven't been watching people's streams as much, and some people haven't been streaming as much either, so there's that. But we are making 2 dishes for night 3 of Slovenia. We're making a beef braised in Barolo, which is a type of very expensive wine. Or expensive to me since I don't drink a lot of wine. That smells like heaven. And that's a boiling behind me, and there's a slow cook. Which is why we started early, but apparently not early enough, because your dear Chef Cliffy is the slowest prep cook in the world. So he didn't get it on the stove until like 45 minutes after I should have. So we're going to see how that goes. Hopefully 2.5 hours or so will be enough to make it all delish. It smells delicious. So there's that. Yes, mucho on the wine. Oh, those are wine cups. Mayor, cheers to you. See, we don't drink wine here. I have nothing against it, it's just not my thing. The few times we've had people over, I could get really passive-aggressive and say the few times people have wanted to come over, you know, they bring the hostess gift, you know, of wine, which is lovely. And sometimes we drink it when they're here. And that would be the only time. Because we don't. So when it says to cook with wine, I'm thinking, I hope it uses enough of it. Because I cooked something with white wine this week, and that white wine bottle is sitting in the fridge. So if you want to come over and finish that off with me, you're welcome to. Incidentally, since I'm, you know, making the not really ironic offer of coming over, if you happen to be in the South Florida region, or will be, as they say on the game shows, or have plans to be, DM me, private message me on Twitter. It would be nice. Also, you know, I've been toying with the idea of a meetup for South Florida people. Justin, who isn't here right now, is down for it. He's in Hollywood, Florida. I am in Jupiter, Florida, which is about an hour north. Mayor, I'd love to. Well, come on down. Catch the Amtrak. You're in New York, right? No. Not close. Not close. But if you plan on it, come on down. Like I said, in 2 weeks, not 2 weeks from tonight, but in 2 weeks, one night, I'll be cooking for not the husband, but for a guest or guests. So one person is confirmed. There's 2 more seats at the table. So 2 more people could come and eat. Isa Linda, thank you. Isa, thank you for the like and the restream right there. Thank you very much. So let's see how those potatoes are doing, right? I've cleaned this off. My dough has been sitting there wrapped in plastic like Laura Palmer. I've used that joke before. And yeah, let's see how those potatoes are doing. Okay, I think I turned that down too much. These potatoes are not, because they have to be able to mash them. And I know they're 2 different sizes, which is kind of the problem. But they've been sitting in there for a heck of a long time now. Yeah, I think they're ready. What's the second dish you are making again? The first dish is the beef Barolo, beef braised in Barolo. And the second dish is sort of like a ravioli. And I'll get you the name on it in 1 second here. After I burn my arm on steam. That is one more time. Idrija Žlikrofi. I think something wonky happened to the music. Oh no, sorry. That is just what's called dynamic range. Yes, New York, I was joking about your offer to come over. Well, you know, I'm not, you know, I'm kind of serious. If not that many people are here in South Florida. 1 or 2 people have come by over the ensuing weeks, saying, hey there. I know, is it Liza Dixon? She is just north of here in Stewart. And then there's this fellow who's an actual chef in Miami. I know he's there, but you know, he seems a little intimidating. So I don't know. We're all an odd bunch. Okay, I'm gonna use my tongs to get this out of the drink. Why? Clifford, why? Why are you doing that. Just put it on the damn plate. You don't need your colander for it. Okay. So here's our potatoes, which are going to be mashed. And I did not need my colander, so you can go away. Be right back. Oh, sorry for the bad camera angle. Okay. So I can dump you. There. Okay. So now we gotta go over here with our potato, and we have our now cooked onions and bacon, and we have our flour, and here's the catch. Potatoes are hot. I need to let the potatoes cool off. I do. I need to do that. But you know, like when they say when you're in a Mexican restaurant, they go, careful, it's a hot plate. I can't resist touching the damn hot plate. Hot potato. I want to touch the hot potato. Supposedly, you can just pull off the skin because I scored it in such a way, but A, it's hot, and B, I don't think that's really going to happen. But we're going to try. I need to get a bowl. Oh, brother. A bowl and my potato masher. And fix my cabinet. Hold on. Okay. Potato masher. Masher, masher, masher. I know you're here. Did we put you somewhere else? Maybe you moved. Where is my potato masher? Ah, however, I did find this, which is going to be handy. Where is my potato masher? I can use a fork. Ay, chavienda. Caray. Let's get the handyman to fix that. Okay, well, let's see. Oh, there it is right there. Potato masher. Potatoes. And this I bought for cuts pastry and stuff. So I think I'm going to use that to cut our... Whee, it makes a noise. Our pastry. I don't think this is going to get any... Ooh, there it is. So the skin sort of is coming off. Yay. Sort of. Still hot. Burning fingers. I guess I'm using my knife. So my magic trick did not work like magic. Ow. I know I should wait till it cools off. Ow, I know, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Owie, owie, owie. Ow. Ow. Yeah, supposedly they're supposed to slide right off, but not so much. I tried that before. I thought it would work again this time, but not so much. Works a little bit. Very dramatic music for this. This is the Slovenian Symphony Orchestra, in case you're wondering why we're listening to generic classical music here. Ow! There are a number of classical composers, even modern day, in Slovenia, but I did not find any of them in my short jaunt through Apple Music. Okay. Yes, yes, indeedy. You just wrote the haha in español. Haha con J. Say haha and with J's. There's a TV show, since I'm just babbling, from the late 70s, early 80s. It was filmed only, it was filmed in Miami, originally just for a Miami audience, called Que Pasa USA. You can find it on YouTube. Premise was about a Cuban immigrant family in Miami three generations: the grandparents, the parents, and the kids. And the kids are teenagers. In fact, the son went on to be a big star. You would recognize him if you watch the movie Scarface or Thief of Hearts, or I think he was in Crash even. Goes by the name Stephen Bauer, even though that wasn't his given name. It was Rocky Echeverria. But in any case, so the grandparents don't speak any English, the kids don't really want to speaking Spanish, and then the parents are sort of like in between. And it's very funny, very, very funny show. And but there's one episode where the dad is very mad at the son and trying to get them to speak only Spanish, and he's having, not enjoying it. And at some point something funny happens, and he says, "Ha ha ha," and the dad smacks him in the head, says, "Don't say ha ha ha." He says, "What do you mean? I was laughing in Spanish." What? It says, "Not ha ha ha, it's ha ha ha, with a hey, with a J." JK, just was imagine, imagínate si yo soy un Latino. Justin, I was just talking about you. I was discussing a meetup for South Florida people. Trying to see if anyone is in his house who might be interested. I thought this would be a faster way to peel a potato by scoring it and then just peeling the skin off, and then that did not happen. So I am massacring this potato in the process. How are you doing, my good man? How are things in the Hollywood? Ow. I could take my peeler, but I don't know if that would work quite the same way. I may. Hey, Martina, thank you for liking the restream. Hey. This trick did not work. This is a magic trick that did not work. Peeler coming out. That magic trick did not work. So, back to the old peeling method. I know I got lots of time, but this is ridiculous. So, potato number one, just got home from work. Oh, you did? Ow. Yes, ow. Good, ow. And that's a hot potato. Yes, it's been a day. And again, this trick did not work. No, it did not. Did not work. Hope your work day was good. Hope everyone's day was good. Okay. Peeling the stupid old way. And try not to burn my hands unsuccessfully. Just because I'm impatient. Not a patient sort. To the death of me. Use a towel to hold the... Thank you! That would be smart, wouldn't it? That would be a smart thing to do. Well, I'm ready for the training to be done. What are you training for, Justin? Does it have to do with your calligraphy? Justin puts on a great show, showing off his graphic design as calligraphy. Lovely work. And he is not terribly far from here, which is why I was discussing a meetup. Since I see, Mayor, you were part of a meetup in NYC. So I got all jealous, going, why can't we do that kind of thing here? Ron, who lives nearby, used to be on all the time, but I don't see him anymore. So I don't know what's going on there. He was trying to get me to go on Blab, and I went on like once, and I was thinking that's fine, but I got tired of all the notifications. And they didn't feel like 4-person joint chat, so I haven't really gone back on Blab at all. And you know my feelings on Periscope, which are like, I hope I don't have to wind up there. I got a job at FedEx. Okay, congratulations. Thanks, been wonderful. I love it. Good, 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 good. Oh, that's lovely. Good, good, good. I wonder if I know someone who works there. Oh, not that it matters, but there was a guy here on Meerkat, a couple months ago now. I saw that he was doing a tasting of ciders, of different hard ciders. And I noticed he was like in West Palm Beach. And I said, oh, that's really cool. You're in West Palm Beach? That's bananas. I live in Jupiter, which is, you know, like half an hour north of there. And he says, oh, I work in Jupiter. But probably not where you are. I deliver packages between here and there. And I'm like, you're my FedEx man. So, I met my FedEx man on Meerkat and not at my front door. I'm so already done with having the traffic. Yes, well, South Florida traffic is just such a joy. It's bad. It's very bad. Though it's not the worst. It may feel like the worst, but it's not the worst. The worst traffic in the country is always a duel between Washington, D.C. area and Los Angeles. And D.C. tends to win a lot. And this is not going well. This is not going well, not going well, not going well. Tell me I need to boil it more. I don't want to do that. Yes, New York is up there too. New York is up there, but honest to God, as bad as New York and Miami get, trust me when I tell you, DC is worse. The only one that gives the DC area an absolute run for its money is Los Angeles. And Los Angeles, of course, is legendary. But they've done all these studies and stuff, and every year it's like, there you go. That's one of the reasons I left DC. I lived DC for 16 years. This is not going well. I don't want to have to boil it anymore. You're hurting me. Nah. Fire bad. What did I do with that knife? I hate this. Ooh. Wet tea towel. Oh, vis-a-vis the hot, yes. I had a wet paper towel a second ago. Thank you for the tip, though. That's kind of one of the many obvious things that I, didn't figure out until someone else tells me. Okay, see if it mashes any more this time. Ay, caray, condonado. Don't make me have to boil it more. I have to boil it more. I'm sure I am. Cut it in pieces. Yeah, well, that's 30-second delay there. Make smaller pieces. This is really not. This is, Chef 101 right here, right? The only reason I'm totally not freaking out is the fact that that beef back there takes so long. And then the actual cooking of the, ravioli-ish thing. I have a slight headache on mi cabeza. No, 5-minute microwave will finish the cook. Ooh, thank you. That's a good idea. 5 minutes, so that seems like a long time. Really, 5 minutes? Microwave it. Everyone's saying microwave it. We got the vote on the microwave. Okay, so here's the part on sprockets when we cheat. Now I put the aluminum bowl in the microwave. That'll go well. That's 5 minutes. That seems like a long time. Cuídate mucho, Cliff. Me voy a regresar si tú estás aquí. Voy a estar aquí hasta el fin del siglo. I'm going to be here until the end of time. I'll give it 1 minute. Not 5 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes would do you a lot. Put a paper towel on top of the potatoes. Gack! Mercy buckets. I have a little thingamabob, but I guess that doesn't really matter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I put it in there for a minute. It's probably less than a minute, I'm thinking. Someone's saying 5. Derek votes 5. I think 5. They don't seem like 5 consistently. I think 5 might be much. I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. Wow, goodness, lots of people. I know that was like 30 seconds, but I just wonder what effect, if any, that has had. Not much. Derek is in the lead. Okay. And once more into the bleach. Okay. I'm doing it 30 seconds at a time. I hope that's not like a totally idiotic thing to do. What are you doing for your next challenge? Hey, Miss Jonesy. Good seeing you. I hope your son's feeling better. Well, right now, this is kind of it. Is going on till July 27th when I do night whatever of Zimbabwe. Right now we're on nation number 157, which is Slovakia. 193 is the total number of UN member states. Take a vacation after that. The husband is like dying to take a vacation after that because I keep saying I need to be here to do this. And they've got issues. But afterwards, I think I'm going to be doing the, not UN member states, the disputed states, the complicated states, and then, I don't know if I really want to start from A again and do like redemption. Because I could do that, because, y'all haven't said, have you done Sweden? Sweden, no, we're doing alphabetically, so Sweden will be in the new year. We've done all of the other the Scandinavian countries. We've done Norway and Finland and Iceland and Denmark, but not Sweden yet. Another 4. For reals? This is seeming-ish, kind of. Okay, I don't know about 4, but it'll be more. I'll do another 1 and see how that goes. Again, not taking Derek at his word. He obviously knows a lot more about this odd situation. That don't put the aluminum into the microwave. That would be idiotic. That's how you die. Okay. Oh, golly gee. But Sweden comes as week number 167. So 12 weeks from now. So 12 weeks from now, because we take 2 weeks off for the holidays. So come back in 12 weeks and we'll do Sweden. And if you have a favorite Swedish dish that I simply must do, and you have especially if you have a great recipe, please follow on Twitter, cliffyland.com, direct message me, and tell me what it is. I will put it into the file for when I get to it. Also, since I'm doing things, follow on Cliffyland, go to cliffyland.com, that's where the blog is, where you'll see the pictures, links to the recipes, how everything went, links to these videos here. We seem to always be cooking together. I guess so. Carrie. Good seeing you. Yes, the Twitter. The blogs are posted every Wednesday. Have pictures, links to the blogs, links to these videos right here. Trivia about the countries. You can get notifications when the blogs are posted at Twitter, on Facebook, on Tumblr, on Instagram, on Pinterest, and now on YouTube. We got the whole videos on YouTube now. I'm Scottish of Irish descent, and there isn't a thing about potatoes I don't know. Okay, then I'm sure you know, where did all potatoes come from, besides the ground? I bet you know that. I bet you know where all potatoes come from. Hey, Legion93, thank you for being a first-time watcher. That is very nice of you. Ali, thank you for coming by. We are cooking country number 157 of 193 UN member states. In a 4-year project to learn to cook. We're cooking the food of Slovenia, and Derek here is proving to moi that he knows infinitely more about potatoes than I do. He said another 4 minutes. I gave another 1 minute, and I think he's right. I think he's winning. He's winning. He's winning the battle of potatoes. I boiled the damn potatoes, and they're not soft enough. And so we're going ye old microwave route. Native American. No. Oh well, America, as in the Americas, yes, but not the U.S. of A. No, all potatoes came from Peru. All potatoes, as you know them, in whatever country you know them, all originated in Peru. Peru developed the potatoes. They have 80 million kinds of varieties of potatoes. People are obsessive about potatoes, but it was when the Spanish arrived and said, what, this is so cool, and they took it back to Europe, and then potatoes spread throughout Europe and became like the thing in so many countries you associate with potatoes, because they weren't there originally. Interesting trivia about potatoes, which I did not know until I cooked Peru. Where if you go to Peru, in fact, if you watch The Amazing Race, when they went to Peru, one of their challenges was they had like 12 different kinds of potatoes all in a mountain, and they had to separate them all out into the discrete little packages, you know, which one was which, and it was harder than it looked. Because these were purple, and these were these, and these were those, and so they are really big on the potatoes. Still listening to the Ljubljana Symphony Orchestra. I think that's minute 3, which I think is going to be okay, I hope. I don't know why it takes so, I mean, you know, my first impression to boil the damn potatoes would be do what I always do, which is peel the potatoes and then chop them in smaller pieces and then boil them, because that would be faster. Ink Panther, what a cute name, thank you. Every time you stop the microwave, you lose the steam, which helps cook the potato cooking process. See, he knows more. Okay, well, now I know. Now I know. Really knows his potatoes. I think these are mashed enough now, though. I'm feeling that these are mashed enough. But you're right. And I had not thought about that steam action. Smart man. Meanwhile, Scottish. So, and I mentioned before, Scotland will kind of, you know, will address the various portions of the UK in Cooking UK Week in 2016. Week number 173 is the UK. So that many weeks. Ink Panther, thank you for the restream. Okay, so now that we have our sort of mashed potatoes, they're mashed enough. I mean, they're mashed enough. I think they're mashed enough. I want to say they're mashed enough. Okay. So I did not realize about the stopping thing. Smart man. Okay. Should I really give it another shot? Should I? It seems mashed enough. Oh, what time is it? Now I'm getting worried about time. Okay, done. I say it's done. Okay. Boom! So now we're going to mix together this stuff. We're going to mix in the... No empiece. Ven para acá. The onions and the bacon that we cooked earlier on the advice of cooking it before. We're going to mix in the marjoram and the chives. You see? Chives. And this will be our stuffing for our thingamabobs, or ravioli-ish Slovenian thingies, which I can't remember the name again. I'm getting a fork. I think I have a fork somewhere. Or at least I thought I did. Here. Okay. And I'm supposed to be making chestnut-sized bowls with this, and I don't know how big chestnuts are. Just tell my friend, you are still my friend. You are my friend too. Tell my friend you are still... I will do that. So, again, I don't know how big a chestnut is. And I don't know how this is going to wind up. But we're going to make it work. One more time. Okay. Mashing it all together to make our stuffing. Hopefully cooling it down to the point that I can make bowls. Now, I don't know, are these chestnut bowls the size of a teaspoon or the size of like an ice cream scoop? Because last time I had to make bowls of any kind, the ice cream scoop was my friend. Since I have no concept of space and size. That kind of saved my bacon, as it were. That sizzling sound means I need to go back and look at my beef in Barolo. That turned up a little too high. Hold that thought. Ooba-dooba. Sizzling too much. You are sizzling too much. Flip it. Okay. Back. Okay. Yowza. Sorry, I meant to say you are still my friend to speak the potato disaster. To speak the potato disaster. Okay. Cool. So this is clean. You saw me wash it earlier. This is our pasta that has been sitting here for way longer than a half an hour. And here's the part where I have to try to figure out how to roll it into a rectangle, a very particular rectangle. And I am almost certain that someone's about to tell me what I need to do, which is to grab some more flour. So, flour on the surface. I should have put flour on the surface before I put down the dough, but you know, duh. Okay. Okay, rolling into a rectangle. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I mean, I assume it's just going to be like a circle and cutting. Oh, this. Oh, the humanity. Okay. Rectangle, they tell me. Just says a rectangle. It does not say the dimensions of the rectangle, how long or how wide this rectangle should be. It just says a rectangle. And like I said, I think I figured out that the recipe was trying to say that when you put the stuffing down, that it gets folded over. One piece over the other piece, which I had not figured out. I guess this is where a pasta machine comes in handy. I'm imagining I am a pasta machine. I'm visualizing a pasta machine, someone pouring it in and coming out the other end. Like a rectangle. Wow, I cannot believe I feel even the slightest bit comfortable doing this. When I cooked Italy, which was country number 100 and... No, not 100. It's country number 70... 72, I want to say. when I was prepping it, I mean, of course, all my friends that all have Italian backgrounds were all like, oh, I was like, you know, I don't have a life of cooking Italian food. I don't know, you know, what's right. And they're like, oh, are you making your own pasta? And I laughed. I said, you must be joking. Flour the rolling pin. Yes. So I got the... Yeah, thankfully it's not sticking to the rolling pin. Now, I'm going in one direction. I'm going in one direction because I gather it's supposed to be a rectangle. It says rectangle. And I don't want it to make it like a circle. Stand on this side. Too thin. Yes, this is where a pasta machine would come in handy. But it doesn't say the dimensions of the rectangle. But it said just put the other piece of flour, you know, put the other flour on top, and it didn't dawn upon me that it meant the to fold it over. I mean, I read the recipe like a dozen times before I finally figured out it meant to roll one piece of the pasta over onto the other, and I'm making a mess of this. Tell me about your O'Neill heritage. Yes, well, I am an O'Neill, and it's not spelled that way. As my dad would say, those are the bastards. The ones with the 1L and the EA. Those are the bastards. We're the real ones. Well, O'Neill, at least spelled the way this is, they come from Northern Ireland, and once upon a time, there was 3 brothers. 3 brothers in Northern Ireland who, you would imagine, were, in this case, were Catholic, and owing to the whole back and forth, I'm assuming, they wanted to get out of Northern Ireland. So they went to Spain, where there were other Catholics. And in the same generation, the same 3 brothers went, yeah, we don't like it here. And Spain was like, you know what, we're giving land away in Puerto Rico if you want to go. And they went, okay, great, we'll go. Ergo, Puerto Rican Cliff O'Neill. Well, the O'Neill part anyway. So, that is the answer to that question. Which is kind of the official real answer. I used to get a different answer, which is a made-up answer. But it was made up because somebody wanted to make up a story. And we'll leave it at that. Okay, this is not really a rectangle in any way, shape, or form. But I don't have a pasta machine. And I don't feel like cutting right edges. But I do feel that it needs to go... Well, no, I know it needs to go horizontally. Mr. Gomez, thank you for liking the restream. Thank you, thank you. This is as good as a rectangle as this is going to get for Mr. Cliff. And I'm running out of time. We also had the flight of the O'Donnells. Aha! Yes, well, there are lots of O'Donnells in the U.S., I know. I've known a few, and then there's, of course, a famous one. But yes. Okay. That's as good a rectangle as it's going to get. But, oh, incidentally, about the O'Neill thing. If you're ever in a trivia contest with somebody about something, and they wonder about, hey, what's the deal with the Irish, you know, in Latin America? Of course, the Catholic connection is, you know, the historical answer. But there is the liberator of Chile. There, George Washington, whose name was Bernardo O'Higgins. So, there's that. I no tengo idea. Okay, this is that much stuffing. This is this much pasta. It's not even, I know. I don't have a pasta machine. I've never done this before. It needs to be a rectangle. It needs to fold over. But that seems like more potatoes than... Drew, hey, thank you for liking the restream. Then it's going to fit. And I don't think I can stretch this out that much more. I don't have a pasta machine, and I've never done this before, or at least not done this before, trying to achieve a rectangle. I'm trying to get it to be the same thickness, and not really achieving that. That's not a rectangle in any world, but it's more rectangle than it is circle. So I'm gonna give it the old college try here. It said chestnut size. I'm making a ball. Making a ball. You know what? Screw it. Ice cream scoop. I don't know how big a chestnut is. It says the one recipe said chestnut size. The other one just said place them. Did not say anything about size. And the picture didn't, give any idea of, how big these things are supposed to look. So I'm going with ice cream scoop. It says 3 centimeters from the edge. So 1. I don't know how big these are supposed to be. But considering how much stuffing I have, I got the feeling they were supposed to be very small. So I'm going with this. They may be a lot bigger than they're supposed to be. But considering that the amount of potatoes and the amount of pasta, I'm thinking it might be this. So lining them up in a little row, making stuffing bowls of mashed potatoes, onions, and bacon. You're doing my best. Actually, I'm glad the husband isn't home yet, because I don't have to freak out. I was kind of worried that maybe that wasn't on. That's our beef and Barolo behind me. It's not making any noise. Okay. 1 inch from the edge, about. 1 inch from the edge. Okay. Didn't say how far apart they should be either, which is confusing. This recipe was very, very light on information. Keisha, hello, thank you for liking the restream. Recipe is very light on information about certain details, and I went looking for other recipes, just to see, and they weren't much help either. The only thing that anyone was any kind of help was when it mentioned the whole, chestnut size. And again, it's so bad that when something I did long, long ago was like, oh, make something softball size. I'm like, well, I don't know how big that is. Make it golf ball size. I'm like, bring me a golf ball and I'll compare. I do not think spatially. It's not in my DNA. Well, I think the rest of that's going to wind up going to waste. Sigh. I heard that bacon causes cancer. Bacon and mashed inside pasta. Yeah, you heard that. There are many details to that. I knew someone was going to bring that up. There are many details to that, and I encourage you to read up on it. The short answer is, don't eat hot dogs and bacon all, for every meal. And you'll probably be okay. Sounds so yummy. Thank you. Okay, I need to take a picture of this. Landscape mode. Maybe I should do like a panorama. Okay. All our pretty maids in a row. So here the recipe said, put the other piece of dough on. I'm like, what other piece? You didn't give me another piece. And I finally figured out it meant fold. Fold it over. Do I have room for one more? This one? No. I'm not going to risk it. I eat turkey bacon. Lol, it was on the news. Yes, it was on the news. It was all over my Facebook feed. All over my Facebook feed. People having all sorts of opinions. Draping. Don't stick. I didn't put enough flour on this edge of the counter. Bad me. Bad me. Bad me. Oh, that's a thin one. That's not going to be too great. I don't know if you can see that. It's like a pierced veil. Someone's a little trying to peek out here. Okay. Gosh, can't give hearts on Meerkat. Oh, if you hit one emoji, that flips your little thing around to a little heart, and then you can like and restream. And but you know, but if you do the one thing, you can flip your thing and have any emoji you want up there. You can take a screenshot and such too, which you can. If you'd like to give me warning on that, you can do it too, but I don't have to. Incurred. I think we'd be safe with bacon as long as it's uncured bacon and no nitrates or nitrates. Incurred, yeah, like organic. Yeah, sort of, kind of. I mean, the details, if you really want to get into it, the details, what it was saying, was basically in the smoking and curing process that happens, and then it's... But I didn't want to get into it. But the, my particular issue is that when it starts saying it's, it's like smoking cigarettes, and I'm thinking, great, that's going to, like, give people license to say, oh, I don't, I'm going to keep smoking, you eat bacon. It's like, no, not the same. Wow, this looks like ravioli. I don't know if I was supposed to use this thingy, but, it's given it that ravioli action. Yowza. Get you on the end. Ta-da! Smoked meat is the best. It tastes very good. But yeah, everything, don't do anything too much. Sometimes food. Okay. So, we have our little maidens in a row here. Now here's the part that I really don't know, because it's supposed to be... yes, it does. How I'm supposed to line these up. And how that goes. So... there's a specific way of folding the edges that I am not clear on. And because it's supposed to look like a purse. Ravioli is my fave pasta. Oh, it looks like ravioli, yes. They're supposed to look like little purses. And the edges are supposed to be crumped up in a certain way, and here's where the years of practice and whatever come into play, and this being my first try at anything like this, that's not gonna really work, because it's supposed to be like little edges that come up looking like a purse, and with a kind of a dent on top. So I'm just lifting up the edges and putting my thumb in the middle, because that's sort of what it looked like. And that's just a blob. That's a blob. That is just a blob. I think I should put flour in my hands, not... We have each 7 cancer cells in our bodies. We're somewhat lucky to keep getting, unfortunately. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Carrie. That is... So sorry to hear that. That is... I don't know what to say. Good luck to you. I hope you've been in remission for almost 5 years. That's great. That's great. I have many friends. I have many friends that that are survivors. And some I didn't even know were survivors until they just kind of mentioned it, later. So, yes, and here comes the husband now. I'm trying to make a purse kind of thing, and I'm just making a blob. This is just a blob. I'm just a blob. So, well, they're something. Nothing to be sorry for. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm glad you're well. Yeah, like I said, friends.
So dumplings?
Yeah, these are, I forgot. One more time with the name. Hit me with the name. Idrija Žlikrofi.
Hi.
Žlikrofi. Idrija Žlikrofi, I think. And apparently it takes, years of skill and practice to learn to make, said little purses. And I'm trying for the first time. Nice apron, thank you. It's from the fine folks at the Funky Fairy. The Funky Fairy can be found at meerkattees.com. That's meerkat, TEES.com. Lovely, lovely people. They were here earlier. They were having a very, very late dinner. And mashing together the ends so the insides don't come out. And don't fall out the bottom. Don't fall out the bottom. Don't fall out the sides either. Okay. Yeah. They're more like little hats. Again, I had no idea how big they're supposed to be. Dude, hey, Babs, how you doing? I am Fantasia. Hello, Fantasia. I loved you on American Idol. I was just listening to your music earlier. How are you doing? Thank you for being a first-time watcher. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming by. Babs, have you been? How is Seabus? How is my friend Steve?
Seabus?
Columbus.
Yes.
Yes. That's Babs, who lives across the hall and good friends with Steve Schellenberger.
Ah.
In the world of small worlds. Thank you for liking the restream, Babs. I am making something that got really quiet. Classical music in its what do you call gradient sounds? The dynamic range. That's the word I'm looking for. Things get really quiet, then they get really loud, which makes things awkward. Awkward. Okay. Oh, don't fall out the bottom. Do not fall out the bottom. I have no idea. They're supposed to be like curled up like a little hat, like a little purse. That's the idea. Your husband's the greatest. Every stream, when he gets home, he loads the dishwasher without even being asked. He obviously enjoyed that. Well, it gives us more time to watch TV later. We're going to be catching up on Fargo tonight. Fargo on FX. Really good show. A little dark, a little funny, a little weird, just like the movie. Though it has nothing to do with the movie. Nah, I need some flour on the bottom because it's... I don't know why. I'm just making a big old mess on this, and I just have this feeling that they're going to kind of fall apart when they're in the water, but now time is getting close to... Herb, thank you for being a first-time watcher. Thank you for coming by. I am trying my very first shot at Idrija Žlikrofi, which is a Slovenian sort of ravioli, pasta, dumpling-y kind of thingy. And they're supposed to look like purses and with a certain shape, and it takes generations to figure out how to do it. And I'm first try, and I am, just giving it my best shot. Never even made, so much as a ravioli before. So, whole premise here is me learning to cook by cooking a different country in alphabetical order to make the 193 UN member states. And then in the span of 4 years, I would know how to cook. And we are in year 4. We are in country number 157 of 193 UN member states. And cooking Slovenia. And this is the third of 3 nights of Slovenia. If you count Slovakia, which is also a Slavic country, we've had 2 weeks, 6 nights of Slavic food. So, but we're going to be away from Europe for several weeks. So this could be Europe's last hurrah for a while, until we hit the big, one of the great big ones, culinary-wise. And I bet you can guess which one that is. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 thingies. Dumplings kind of thingies. And now we get to boil some water and boil those up. Then I have to be very careful how I put them in the water, because I'm sure they're going to come apart. The O'Neill is the O'Donnells, and the O'Dohertys all fled Ireland. Hugh O'Neill was the leader of the flight of the Earls. Huh, interesting. What I love about the O'Neill, oh, damn it. It just took me a while to figure out how you got the last name, but it doesn't matter. The seal, the family crest has a hand on it, like a severed hand, and apparently it's because they were like racing to get to land, and whoever touched the land first would get it, and then someone was beating somebody else, so the O'Neill person behind cut his hand off and threw it, so his hand would land there first. So that's why there's like a severed hand on the family coat of arms, which I think is hysterical. Gruesome, but hysterical. But that's very interesting. You told me more about than I knew, Derek. So, one of my dearest friends went to a school in north of England on the border of Scotland and wound up marrying a Scotsman. So that. He was not fond of the Saturday Night Live sketches on Scotland, though. You know, operating on the usual stereotypes. Okay, so I'm going to boil some water. So let's go over that way. And because that's going to boil 12 minutes, let's take a look at our beef braised in Barolo while we wait for Cliffy to... Oh, I'll use this one. I am filling a pot with water. You enjoy that. It smells very good. Okay, putting you on the front burner. This is so good. This is so good. Okay. What sauce are you making for the pasta? It's not going to have its own sauce, although this is going to have a sauce. So I guess it's not meant for that. There's nothing, supposedly, that goes with that. Didn't say anything about it. There was no reference to anything regarding sauce. Now that you mention it, I'm like, hey, there should be sauce. So there's going to be a sauce here. I guess the answer is this sauce. It's going to be doing double duty. The beef braised in Barolo. So, that is going to be really, really great. And I have to remember that there's 15 minutes at the end where this isn't cooking here, that something else is happening. So I have to remember that in timing dinner. Going to be important. Okay, salt the water. You have lots of yummy looking gravy. Yes, it's they gave instructions. This recipe, again, it's obviously really Italian, but there's, you know, a border there, and there are parts of Slovenia which they do speak Italian because they're so, you know, nearby and all. But this recipe comes from I want to say the Emerald Lagasse or somebody famous had this recipe, so I'm sure it's gonna be good. Seville, if you're still out there, Babs is here. You're both in Columbus. You should meet each other. You both know Steve Schellenberger. So we've got our thingies, our little things, ravioli-ish things, and I am going to use that to carefully lower them into the boiling water, which will be boiling eventually, right there. Fingers crossed. After this gets taken out, the meat gets taken out of here, then it gets put on a plate and covered in foil to keep warm for 10 minutes. But then it gets sliced into very thin slices, which means that employs that area over there. So you don't need to watch that. I'll be right back. Oh, screw it. That's kind of what you call static. Yeah. While we wait for the water to boil, I need to clean over this. Let's see those raviolis once more. Okay. They're supposed to look like little purses, and they're not. And, you know, it says that one needs generations to learn how to properly form them, and I don't have that.
How do you cook them?
Boil them. And I took the advice. I'm going to use some water here. I took the advice of y'all and cooked the bacon and the onions that are in here first. Partially because I worried that they wouldn't be cooked. And partially because when we cooked our burek on Sunday, yeah, that would have been better if been cooked first. Dude, I did a freelance job for you long ago. Oh my God, they know each other. Oh my God, that is hysterical. Oh my God. Oh, what a hoot. Oh my God, that is so funny. Oh my God, that is just a riot. That is so funny. This one is way so thin. Oh my God, it's coming apart right here on the plate. Oh, I should have put flour on the plate. Oh, I should have put flour on the plate. Oh, this one is not happy. Oh, it's coming apart. Ow. Owie, owie, owie. Fudge. Oh, no. Ah, no, 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 no. No good. She no good. Ah, yay. I knew that was too thin. I knew that was too thin. Golly gee. Well, at least I cut it now before it went into the water. Hey, Columbus is tiny, LOL. What's your name, dude? It's, Babs. Dude is Babs. That is so funny. So funny. It's not enough pasta to cover the... Oh, it's gonna come apart. Oh my God, it's gonna come apart. I'm trying to stretch it around, and it's not. Oh, this is going to be just a ball of dough. I just hope somehow it stays together. This reminded me of Liechtenstein. Oh my God, or was it Luxembourg? One of those two. Lithuania, that's what it was. That I had a disaster with stuff coming apart like this. Oh, this one is not happy. Something is boiling behind me. Oh, this one's a disaster. Ah, boo. Oh. I have a piece of dough. I have extra piece of dough. I'm trying to salvage this one with extra dough. I found some extra dough that I had left over to hopefully salvage just one little sad, distressed little thingy. This one obviously is not looking like anything. This one will not be in the picture. I pray this will stay together. I saw you at Janice a couple of weeks ago. It was cold. Oh my God, this world is so small. It's a small, small world. You know, there are only 100,000 people in the world. It's all done with mirrors. Okay, so back to here we go. What my goal was when I came over here was to clean this off, because I need to put the cutting board down to cut the meat. So funny. Small world. My little small world story was that to tell the shortened version of it was when YouTube was brand new. I just clicked on this one random stream with this still very popular guy with an entertainment show, and he was saying, "Oh, check out this blog if you want to see more about this TV show." And I said, "Great." And so I went to the blog, and I found the blog, and I liked the blog, and I participated in the community of the blog about the TV show, so much so that everyone thought I was one of the operators with this one woman. And the one woman was saying that, oh, she lived in Ohio, whatever, and I was like, "Oh, I'm in Columbus, Ohio." And she said, "No, but I live in Miami now." I'm like, "I'm from Miami." And the whole time we've been discussing this one person on the show who looked like, thank you, Drew. There's one person on the show who reminded me of somebody who sort of, bullied me in middle school. And she said this person reminded her of her old boyfriend, and it turned out to be the same person. So, small world. Okay. Let's not burn your hands too much. Owie, owie, owie. Okay. Boiling to, okay, so it's going to be 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Try to delicately lower. Don't fall apart, please. Please, I'm begging you, don't fall apart. Needs more water. Needs more water. Lowering into the water. I don't know if this is how you're supposed to do it. I should have put flour on the bottom. I should have put flour on the bottom of the plate. Oh, I'm paying for it now. Dang it. Oh, this one's disaster coming apart too. Shoot. Oh, nuts. Oh, God, I should put flour on my hands. Ah, nuts. Ah, nuts. Nuts. Ah, jeez. Phooey. It's just gonna fall apart. Never done this before, in case you have not noticed. Damn it. Damn it. Lower you gently. Space it out, hopefully. Okay. Charlene, hey, thank you. Late dinner. Yes, very late. The Disney Small World. I thought you were going to tell a story about the Disney rides, The Small World. Well, we'll be there soon enough. Charlene, thank you for liking the restream. Yes, very late. I knew that the beef and Barolo would take forever. I knew that going in. It was supposed to be 2.5 to 3 hours. 5, 6, 7, 30, am I right? Went in like around 5 something. 6, 7, 44, 2, so it hasn't been, it's gonna be close, I guess. Dang, shoot nuts on the same sentence. I'm a Catholic boy, but not so language. Yeah, well. You never know, my mom might be watching. Although it's funny that usually, of course, now when my mom's watching, not so much either. But what happens is that whenever I have to curse, I just turn into Ricky Ricardo. I just start cursing a blue streak, but in Spanish. So this is kind of always a thing. So in traffic, I'm like, you know, completely speaking Spanish the whole time. However, I was having a discussion in the car with the husband. We were driving down to Miami, and we're discussing the guy who came in like third or something in American Idol a few years back, named Elliot Yamin. And I was, you know, there was a thing, I was discussing him. And while we're driving the car, I said, oh, well, I'd seen this thing about Elliot Yamin. And he said, what, did somebody just cut you off? And I said, what? I says, what? I says, no, I'm talking about Elliot Yamin. I said, oh, I thought you were cursing in Spanish. So, that. So I know this can't boil to, you know, roiling, because that will make them completely come apart. I've seen something somewhere where it said putting a plate down to keep things from falling apart, because I'm seeing potatoes coming up right now, so I'm going to do that. Maybe to keep it down. I hope that keeps it from doing that. Elliot is fabulous, yes. And he performed in Columbus with Blake Lewis just a few weeks ago. I follow a Blake Lewis on Snapchat. My remaining interest in American Idol, which died some time ago. Who knows? Maybe with like retro aughts. The aughts are becoming retro now. So maybe they'll bring it back as a big retro thing. Hey, remember growing up watching American Idol? It's gonna happen. Just you wait, Enriagans. Okay, I'm hoping that wasn't the dumbest thing in the world I just did. Because I'm going to have to take them out, but I'll use the same spoon. Hopefully it won't have fallen apart. But yeah, I do love Elliot Yamin. Okay, I'm going to clean. You watch that. I'm watching the clock. Should boil for about 12 minutes, it said. I am very, very frightened about them coming apart completely. I mean, like I said, I love Blake too. This was the last year for Idol. Yeah, I gave up on American Idol a few years back, and I'm really glad I did, because it was making me very unhappy. I'm like a very loyal person. Even if something sucks, I'll like stick with it till the end. But there have been like 4 shows in my life that I've actually like said, okay, that's it, I give. And afterwards I said, you know, I feel so much better now. This is what other people do. When they don't like something, they just stop watching it. Yes. Blake Lewis is on his Snapchat. He's the dude is like every freaking night. He is like either at a concert or in concert somewhere. He's, you know, touring with Elliot Yamin, or he's with that what do you call it, Postmodern Jukebox. If you don't know what Postmodern Jukebox is, check it out on YouTube. They do like retro versions of current hit songs. So you'll hear like, you know, Nicki Minaj Anaconda done as a 20s flapper song. You know, they'll do like Taylor Swift as, you know, Swing. So if they haven't shown up in your, you know, Facebook feed, check them out. Okay. I think it's magic time on the beef. No jugar, por favor. Not really. I know what you meant. I don't know what you meant. Meanwhile, okay. Let me clean my cutting board. Still have some potatoes left over. Ow. How many minutes? think maybe another 5. I really hope that works. But we've got this. And let me make sure I check my instructions. Because here's the tricky part. Okay, here. So I'm gonna take this out. Hopefully it is tender enough. Because really, if I was going to be specific, we'd still be sitting here for another 45 minutes. And I don't want to do that. So, taking out the beef, and then going to put it on a plate and then cover it with foil to keep it warm. So that happens first, and then the slicing happens second. Well, it's tender enough that it came apart. So that's a thing. Okay. Number 1. Step 1. Step 2. I need to keep my eyes on those thingies. Step 2 over here is to cover this foil. Foil. Here. Keep it warm. Camera. Documentation necessary. Okay. That looks delicious. It smells really, really good. Okay. Covered in foil. Sort of. It said tent. Tent with foil. I hope that's good enough. So then we're going to strain the saucepan and place it over high heat. So that comes over to this direction. My mouth is watering at the meat. Yes. Yes, it is really, really good. Okay, so strain it over a saucepan. It's going to be a saucepan. It is going to be strained. That's a lot of liquid. So I think I need... I hope I have one. I haven't used up everything, have I? You have my last one of these. So we're gonna get out colander there, and you are... I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Here. Can't take a picture of it during, so I'll take it before. Okay, here's this. Here's that. Here goes nothing. Okay. Ta-da. Oh my god. Ah, that smell. Oh, it smells so good. I can't stand it. Okay. So now we're going to turn this up to high. Now we're going to boil that for 10 minutes. The Brad Watt, thank you for the like. Bleh. Someone misbehaving. Carajo. ¿Qué rayo? Ahí va. Meanwhile, this is going to go somewhere. 1, 2, 3, over. So this gets boiled on high heat for 10 minutes. And while that does that, we need to cook it till it is thick enough to coat the back of a spoon. I don't know if that's going to happen. And adjust the seasonings as necessary, which means it's time for Cliffy to taste. Okay. Okay. Smart move. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to reply. Okie dokie. Our friend has been detained. I don't want to burn my mouth. Which is always what happens. Oh, nuts. I need to take these out. Okay. It is time over here. So, I'm going to use the tongs to take this plate out of here. Turn off the heat. See if these have not disintegrated into million little bits. Okay. Well, so far so good. Delicately try to get lifted out. These look nothing like the picture. I acknowledge they look nothing like the picture. But the picture was a close-up. I mean, like extreme close-up. So I couldn't tell if they were the size of a dime or the size of, you know, anything else. Come back. Okay. Some have come apart. Been gone for a while. Looks like things are going well. Yes, we're nearing the end stage. We have taken out the meat, and it is being kept warm under the foil. And now I am taking out the dumpling-y things, which do not look like anything like they're supposed to. And I don't know if they're like 10 times the size they're supposed to be or either. I think they are. I think they're supposed to be tiny. And I think I made them humongous. But happens when I get these crazy vague recipes and I don't know what it's supposed to be like. But at least they didn't completely disintegrate like the like my Lithuanian potato thingies. They're that. There. Yay! The ravioli, yeah, that ravioli-ish. I call it ravioli because it's, you know, something inside pasta-ish something, so that's what I'm gonna call it. And meanwhile we have a raging boil happening over here to reduce the sauce. This gets tossed. Yeah. And this I'm going to just try to keep warm until the rest is done. Thusly, you're awesome. Thank you. You are too kind. Okay. So, meanwhile, come this way. Can't leave you behind. You know what I was trying to do? I was trying to taste. Oh, I think the seasoning is just fine. Oh, maybe it needs a little more pepper. He said it's just the seasoning, and I feel like, okay, maybe it's a requirement. Yeah, maybe a little salt. What is my here? This. And to taste, again, this did not go in my mouth. In case you're wondering. People with the double dipping thing. Don't burn your mouth. Oh my. That's 10 kinds of amazing. That is super. Yeah, I made it time. Oh, Yolanda, my good woman. Yay, you made it. Yes. Yes, this is a very long cook. We started at 4. I really should have started at 3. But, you know, we're going to figure it out. Thinly slice the beef across the grain into 1/4-inch slices. So I'm going to take my beef over here. I'm going to bring you with me. I'm going to plug you back in again. I really didn't think I'd make it through all this music. Yes, Yolanda, so good seeing you. So here is the beef braised in Barolo. And one more time for my, is a Brasato al Barolo, which is Italian. But they're right next to Italy. And so there's our lovely beef. And fork would be good. Wow, we're really low on forks. Very low on forks.
Do I need to wash some forks?
Could you? Unless I have one sitting around. No, I don't. Okay, 1/4-inch slices, eh? 1/4-inch. Again, Clifford does not know what sizes are. 1/4-inch. Oh my god, my eyes. That's a 1/2 inch, that's 1/4-inch. So that's very thin. Okay. I'd cut the stream and finish it since you cut it an hour at the beginning. Wasn't my massage at 3 and then out for dinner, post-birthday gifts. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Yolanda! I missed your birthday. I'd cut the stream and finish it since you cut an hour at the beginning. A little confused. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get your meaning, and I'm not catching it. It's not consistently 1/4-inch. I'm cutting on the plate. I thought I was going to be cutting it on the cutting board, but on the plate seems to work just fine. Last time I had to do something, I had to take meat out and stuff and cut it, was way back in Brazil, and that was the one thing that killed the dish because it got cold. Kim J, thank you. Pause for screenshot. Hope you got it. My mouth is on fire and sinuses are cleared. Hot chili. Oh my. Ooh, hot chili. It's good. It's good for a cold. If you have a cold, spicy food helps clear your sinuses. But you probably know that. Still have a little bit of the onions and carrots got stuck to this, but that's okay. We're gonna have leftovers, and they're gonna be really good. Does this taste super great? And how great? You must be as tired as I am. Yeah, I am. I did run 10 miles today. That tastes really good. But with the sauce, it's going to be better. The seasoning and stuff is in the sauce. I did 10 miles in the heat, too. Not in the dark. Thankfully, there was a hint of clouds. So, let's see how our sauce is, eh? Oh, let me get my plates down. I know it says to be thickened till egg. Oh, by the way, thank you for the follow. Is it Kenneth? Thank you for the follow, Kenneth. Thank you very much. Again, you can follow here on the which side? Here on Meerkat. You can follow at Cliffyland on Twitter, etc., etc. What's your recipe? This is the pasta is the Idrija Žlikrofi, which is a Slovenian favorite. It's sort of like ravioli. My first try at it, so it looks. And the other recipe is the beef braised in Barolo, which is a very wine, an Italian Brasato al Barolo. I don't see how it thickens. I see how it reduces. I don't see how it thickens. I don't see a thickening agent, so I don't see how it thickens. You're welcome. I really don't see how it thickens. There's no thickening agent. Didn't say to add like cornstarch or anything to thicken it. And I don't want that meat to get any colder than it is. I don't know what to do. It's been in a roiling boil for 10 minutes, and all that's going to happen is it's going to evaporate. I don't see it. It says to coat the back of a spoon. I don't see how that happens. Air for Kyrian. Hello, thank you for liking the restream. I don't see how it thickens without something in it. I'm going to throw in some cornstarch. I hope I can find it. That's not cornstarch. Also not cornstarch. Where the hell is my cornstarch? Where are you? That's not it either. Cornstarch. Where I lost my cornstarch. Gack. Not it. I think I am out of luck on the cornstarch without finding it. It's not it either. Oh, here it is. Reduce it. That's what I'm trying to do. But it's just it's not getting thicker. So I'm thinking cornstarch should help. Thicken it. I hope. Corn flour, yes. Just what I thought. Things that I have learned in this adventure. I almost feel like I should keep that in the oven. The meat. I'm going to keep it on that plate, which is on a off but still hot burner. So watch me burn my hands on it later. Wait. Mix in cup first. Then mix water to 3-step flour or starch. Oopsie doopsie. Well, I didn't put that much in, which means it probably doesn't have the effect that I want. Yeah. Oh well. Hasta la próxima. And it's feeling a little thicker. Coat the back of a spoon. See, I don't see how that happens, especially in 10 minutes. I mean, even on high at 10 minutes. Mix the corn flour in a cup with a little cold water. Kevin, thank you for being a first-time watcher. Is it too late? I already put some corn in and I'm running out of time. I mean, I'm beyond out of time. I'm past time. I'm like done, hands up. Utensils down, hands up. That's how out of time we are. That will have to simmer another hour, but it looks great. It can't. It simply cannot. Yeah, they said 10 minutes. They lied. So, time to plate. I'll put the sauce on last. I mean the... So, here we go. Slices of the meat. they're not really supposed to be slices. Come on! I sliced you! Don't bite it. One of us. One of us. Come on. Corner. Can you see this? That's a lot of meat. One for me. Julia even lied in one of her recipes. I'm sure. I am sure that caramelizing onions thing was the first tip off. They say 10 minutes to caramelize. We know that's it's a lie. Okay, putting down the pasta-ish, ravioli-ish kind of things. Hot, hot, hot in my hot, hot hand. These are not cold. 2. Oh, he's gonna say that's way too much food. But hey, I didn't have lunch and I ran 10 miles. Looks like an au jus sauce, more flavor than thickness. I hope that's true, because that's what it's gonna be. Whether it's intended to be or not, that's what it's gonna be. Don't go away. Oh, come on. Ah, that's ugly. He's not going to want more than 2. I'm going to have to clean that up. You have patience. That might be the first time someone ever said that. Let me clean that up before I put the sauce on it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You leftovers. You sauce. You're as much sauce as you're gonna be. Spoon. Plate. Here. Meat. Meat sauce. Oh, it's a little thicker. I'll have to clean that up again. He really doesn't like things that are drippy on a plate. But it needs the sauce. It really, that's where the seasoning is. Off. Okay. So I'm going to clean the plates off some. And then dress it with the parsley, which we chopped way back in the last century when we started this whole thing. Oh, I did not think I would get through all that music that I prepped for it either. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Parsley. Parsley, parsley, parsley. Screw it. Parsley goes on everything. Parsley for you and me. I'm not good at this. Okay, well, it's a nouveau art. Okay, So let me take my picture for me, and then you get a look, and then we get to eat. It smells incredible. So there we have it. Our night 3 of Slovenia. You will see we have our gotta get the pronunciation for the umpteenth time. The beef in Barolo, the Brasato al Barolo, and then we have our dumplingy type thing, which is the Idrija Žlikrofi. I hope that's the pronunciation. Diana, thank you for liking the restream. It smells so great. So that's it for Slovenia. That's night 3 of Slovenia. Check out the blog tomorrow evening at cliffyland.com. Pictures, links to the recipes, links to the videos, trivia about the country, kind of how everything went. So check that out tomorrow evening. Follow on Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr, Instagram, Pinterest, YouTube even. You may be watching this on YouTube now. Hello, future. How is this things like back here? So check us out. You can subscribe on the YouTube channel too if you feel like doing that too. That would be really groovy. So, and then join us next week. We're going to be doing 2 or more nights of the Solomon Islands. So we're heading back to the Pacific. So we're going to be doing interesting stuff in the Pacific. We've only done it once or twice before so far on YouTube, on Meerkat. So check us out from Tyrone to Tarragon and on to yes. So thank you again. You guys are great. I'm going to go. I got to eat. It's been late. Love you guys. Bye.